Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session on Azure Machine Learning Studio by Intellipaat. Azure Machine Learning is a separate and modernized service that delivers a complete data science platform. It supports both code first and low code experiences. Azure Machine Learning Studio is a web portal in Azure Machine Learning that contains low code and no code options for project authoring and asset management. It is closely knit with the rest of the Azure's cloud services that simplifies development and deployment of machine learning models and services. In this session, we will learn all about Azure and Azure Machine Learning Studio. So without further wait, let's start the session.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
Today we'll be covering introduction to the Microsoft Azure. As a part of which we'll be looking at what is Azure, what are the Azure regions available, which Azure is right for you, what are the different Azure region pairs, what are the benefits of the region pair in Azure, then the Azure availability zones, or apart from this, the data centers or the fault domains or the update domains, then the availability set, or it's going to be the data center, then the storage availability, the services, the feature availability, and the subscription and the support plan. We are also going to talk about the different Azure services, the feature availability, the Azure subscription, the support plans. Then we are going to talk about the different Azure management tools, and then we'll be looking at how you can actually create the Azure account. So talking about the introduction to Microsoft Azure. So what is Azure, first of all? So it's basically Azure is a cloud offering from Microsoft, or you can say it's a cloud computing services offered by Microsoft, which individuals and organizations can use so that you can create, you can deploy and operate the cloud-based applications and infrastructure services. Now with this, it's open and flexible cloud platform, so it's not restricted for use. Even if it is individual or even if it is an organization, both of us can actually leverage this cloud. Only there will be difference in terms of how the onboarding happens. If it is an enterprise, there is going to be an enterprise agreement, and then the things are going to start. If you are leveraging it as an individual, you are free to use as and when required. We are going to build, deploy, and manage the application across the global network. So Microsoft has got a good global network of 54 regions, 140 plus countries, where it has got multiple data centers, multiple availability zones available in some of the regions. So with that, you can build, deploy, and manage your applications across the globe and leverage this global network. Then you can build applications using any language, tool, or framework. So you're not just restricted to, like, it's not like that. It's a Microsoft-based product, so they just support the Microsoft-based frameworks, or just C# or .NET or the Microsoft technologies. They're free to actually allow you to use any of the open source tools or any of the tools, a language and framework of your choice. So let's say if you want to work in Node.js, Python, Java, Ruby, Golang, all of it is actually supported within Azure. You can integrate the public cloud applications with your existing IT environment. So that's where you've got a large amount of application support in terms of the integrating the software as a service applications with the different particular existing environments and leverage it on the cloud and build it on top of the cloud. Now talking about different Azure regions which are available. So I'll actually show you the recent picture of the Azure footprint. Let's go online and have a look at it right on the Azure website. So this is the global Azure footprint that you see here. The total number of regions that Azure offers you are 54. So you've got 54 regions worldwide and 140 plus countries. So right, if I talk about, so right, if you see here, I've got the US data centers where I have West US, I've got North US. There are some of the US government data center like US government, Iowa, there's Arizona, there's Virginia. Then if you move here, right here, we can see actually the Europe, where I've got the Europe data center. I've got the Northwest, we've got Germany, we've got Switzerland. Switzerland West. Then if I move right here, we are able to see the UAE North and UAE Central. 3 data centers in India, West India, Central India, and South India. Down there, we have Southeast Asia data center in Singapore. You have some of the data centers in South Africa, North and West. Down here, I have China, then Japan, Korea, East Asia, and then lastly, we have got data centers in Australia, East, Southeast, Central, and Central too. So this is the global footprint of Azure. Now you could see actually there are 54 regions, out of which 2 regions are available and dotted. That means these are yet to become available. So Norway East and Norway West are not yet available, but are soon going to be available for you. Also, there are a few regions which are marked with a dot or essentially a diamond sign. So these regions support the availability zones as well. So there are 10 regions in Azure which support the availability zone. So we have got West US 2, Central US, then East US and East US 2. Apart from this, I've got North Europe, UK South, then West Europe and France Central. and then Southeast Asia and the Japan East. These are the data centers which support the availability zones as well. I'll talk about what availability zones are. But yeah, this is how the global footprint of Azure looks like. Moving forward to what these Azure regions are. So Azure has got data centers which are located across the globe, around the world in different strategic places, which are going to best meet the customer demand. And these areas are also known as the Azure regions, and these are placed at a distance from each other. So in case if there is a natural disaster or some natural calamity, God forbid, coming in, then they would affect more than one region at a time. So that's the reason it has got multiple regions available across the globe. So that in case if your one region is impacted, at least your services can be up and running from the another Azure region. Also, Azure operates out of 54 regions around the world with 140 plus countries, and there are plans announced for 12 additional regions coming in. The geographic expansion is a priority for Azure because it enables the customers to achieve the higher performance, and also it supports their requirements and the preferences regarding the data location. So I have got clients in different parts of the world, and I want to make sure that I'm able to perform well in terms of the latency, in terms of my application availability for all of those particular customers. And that is where Azure actually gives you the flexibility of deploying your applications across the globe and different data centers available. So that's where we talk about the Azure regions. Now, which Azure region is right for you? So it is going to be dependent on multiple factors. So one is the location, where first thing is where is your business located, or do you have branch offices, or there are customers located in other countries? If yes, then you will have to consider the location factor. That means you will have to consider deciding upon which are the particular regions where or what are the particular Azure data centers which are available right near where my client is located. If not exactly in the country where your client is located, what are the nearby locations where I can have the Azure data centers? So I can make sure to deploy my services in those data centers so that the overall latency, overall performance for my client increases, and everybody wants their customer to be happy. Then there is compliance needs. So it might be possible that your client is located in Europe, but because of the GDPR compliance, you're not able to leverage the Europe data center. And that is the reason you have to actually move to some another data center. So there can be compliance need. So if you or your customer have some specific compliance requirement, you will also have to honor them. It might be possible that your client is in Germany, but then in Germany, all data is controlled by the T systems. So all in and out of the data happens by the T system. So you might want to consider those scenarios as well. Then there is service availability. So are the Azure services that you want available in your region that you're considering? So let's say if my client is in, let's consider a scenario where my client is in India, but then Azure doesn't have any data center in India, for example. Though Azure has 3 data centers, but consider if it doesn't have any data center, then I will also have to talk and think about what are the next available regions or the nearest region where I can deploy my services so that I am taking care of the service availability as well. Also, you need to think about the overall data residency and sovereignty laws. So if your customers are having a specific data residency or sovereignty requirements, like as I told you about Germany, where data is controlled by T systems, the GDPR compliance, which is the general data protection right, which is available for Europe as of now. And countries like India and a lot of other countries are also trying to bring in their own GDPR rules as well. So if those kind of requirements are also there, you will have to actually consider these requirements as well, because if you are bypassing these requirements, or if you are crossing the boundaries of these requirements, then you might end up paying large amount of penalty. Just to give you an example, if you look at the penalty which the GDPR compliance has, it's approximately 4% of your annual turnover, or $20 billion, whichever is higher. So if you see, it's $20 billion, which is huge, or 4% of your annual turnover. I'm not even talking about 4% of your annual profit, it's the annual turnover, wherein a company might also lose its complete profit. So you have to consider these residency and sovereignty requirements as well. Then there is pricing. So it's one of the most important factors in your decision. So you will have to take care of the pricing as well. So it might be a case that your client is located in US, but then putting up a service in US data centers is charging more cost as compared to putting the same services in Europe or maybe India. And that is what you will have to consider when you're trying to create the architecture and have your complete project charter created, getting in the requirements from the client. You will have to make sure that you're also taking care of the pricing there. So these are some of the important factors that needs to be considered when you're choosing the region for you. So moving forward, talking about the Azure region pairs. So Azure has got a concept of region pairs. So an Azure geography is basically the defined area of the world that contains at least one Azure region. So within the Azure geography, you will have one particular region. And the Azure region is an area within a geography which will contain one or more data centers. So within a particular region, let's say if I talk about India, India has got 3 data centers. Similarly, if you look at US, here US has got multiple data centers. So this is actually one big geography within which US itself can have multiple data centers. So that is what we say, a particular region can have one or more data centers. And then each Azure region is paired with another region within the same geography. So let's say if it is central US, then central US might be paired with another data center, which is the East US 2 automatically. So Azure has already defined the regional pairs. Now, this approach actually allows for the replication of the resources. So let's look at a particular architectural diagram, which will make you understand how this works. So if you can see that this particular diagram depicts the complete geography, and assume within this geography, there is one primary region and one secondary region. Now, within this primary region and the secondary region, or the primary data center and the secondary data center, how the replication of the resources will happen, that is what we will be looking at. How the updation, how the recovery is going to happen, that is what we are going to look at. So this figure shows you a hypothetical application which uses the regional pair for disaster recovery. And the green number here highlight the cross-region activities of the 3 different Azure services, wherein one is the Azure Compute, another is the storage, and another is the database. And then also how these are configured to replicate across regions. So the unique benefit of deploying across paired regions are specifically highlighted with these orange numbers that you see here. Now let's look at what these numbers are. So first is the fifth, which is the physical isolation. So if you look at this particular diagram, the number 5 says that the 2 particular data centers are separated by a distance which is larger and is greater than 300 miles. So essentially these data centers are located in such a way or chosen in such a way that these are at least 300 miles of separation. There is 300 miles of separation distance between the data centers within the regional pair. Also, the physical data center separation is going to reduce the likelihood of natural disasters, civil unrest, power outages, or any kind of physical network outages affecting both of your regions at once. So that means if my data centers are separated with this larger distance, it is always a possible case that in case the primary region is impacted because of some particular calamity or some particular disaster or calamity coming in, then it does not necessarily mean that the secondary region also will be impacted. Similarly, if you see number 6 talks about the platform provided replication. After this, talking about the Azure availability zone. So Azure has got a concept of the availability zones. So an availability zone is physically separate zone within an Azure region. So it means, let's say if I have US, and within US, if I have central US data center, and within central US, I have got 3 different regions or 3 different locations within the central US area. Then those 3 locations can be having a data center, and that data centers are actually considered as the availability zones. So within a single region, you can have 3 different locations. So consider another example. Let's say if you've got a US area, and within US, I've got a particular region. And within that region, let's say San Francisco, and within San Francisco, I've got 3 different offices of, let's say, Microsoft at 3 different locations within the SF. Now, in this case, all of these 3 different offices in SF of Microsoft are at 3 different locations. That means these 3 offices are having 3 different buildings. These buildings are separate from each other, given that all of these are having to have their own distinct power source or network or cooling. And they're all separated from each other. That means in case something happens to one of the Microsoft office, if there is a power cut, or if there is a network failure, if there is electricity gone, or if there is internet down, or any such kind of thing, whereas there is power source failure, then or network failure. In this particular case, other 2 offices of the Microsoft will remain as is. They will not be impacted with this particular outage of one particular data center. And that is how the availability zones within the Azure as well work. So within a single region, I can have multiple data centers at different locations, and those particular data centers at different locations are called as the availability zones. Now, Azure does not have the availability zones in all the regions. It currently just supports it in 10 different regions. So this I showed you while we were actually looking at the Azure region. So all the regions which have this diamond signed along with them also have this availability zone concept. So in US, you have got 4, in Europe, you've got 3, then you've got Southeast Asia and Japan. So an availability zone is a physically separate zone within Azure region. Now there are 3 availability zones per supported Azure region. So each availability zone is going to have a distinct power source or a network or cooling, and then it is going to be logically separate from the other availability zones within the Azure region. Now, by architecting a solution to use the replicated virtual machines and zones, you will be able to protect your applications and data from the loss of the data center. Also, if one zone is compromised, then the replicated applications and data are instantly available in the another zone. So that is what you also sometimes call as the multi-AZ deployment. So availability zones are also referred to as AZ. Sometimes you will see the term being used as multi-AZ deployment. So AZ is your availability zone there, and that's where you have the term multi-AZ deployments. Now, we also talked about the regions that support the availability zone, so it has increased to 10 now. Then talking about the Azure data center, so Azure hosts its services in the series of globally distributed data centers across the globe. And these data centers are located in a specific location and are grouped together in different regions. So data centers within the given regions are divided into clusters, which are going to host the Azure services. And then within each of the data center, there are going to be racks of equipment which are built to be fault tolerant on a networking, physical, host server, storage, and power level. So there are different racks within the data center, and all of these racks have independent power sources. So let's say one rack getting impacted might not necessarily impact other racks as well within the data center. Then there are physical host servers which are placed in high availability units, which are called as the cluster. And there are clusters which are thousands of servers in pluggable units. So within a cluster, you will have hundreds and thousands of servers, which are all in pluggable units. So this is how internally the Azure data centers works. Now let's talk about the storage availability. So I guess all of us, you had a query regarding how the replication of the data is going to happen, or are they going to replicate all the data? So that data replication is controlled based on these replication options. So there are 4 replication options which the Azure provides you. One is the locally redundant storage, which you also call as LRS. So when you choose this LRS option, now whenever you are going to create the Azure storage account, when we will go on with the hands-on, when we'll move on to the storage part, I'll show you whenever you create an Azure storage account, Azure is going to ask you the kind of replication that you want to go ahead with. And that is all that we need to do at our end for replicating the data, specifically in the Azure storage. So once you choose the particular replication option, let's say if it is LRS, then it is going to replicate your data 3 times within the region in which you are creating the storage account. So let's say if I've created the storage account in the Central India or Central US data center, then it is going to create 3 copies of my data within the same data center. So it's the same region, the same data center. That is called as locally redundant storage. So in this way, your data also has got copied 3 times. And you are also making sure that you are meeting the compliance requirement where you could not replicate your data outside the particular region. Then there is zone redundant storage, which is ZRS. That means this is going to replicate your data 3 times across 2 to 3 facilities. So recently we talked about the availability zone. So that is the zone redundant storage where Azure will make sure that it is replicating your data across the available zones in a particular region. So in this case, if a particular region or a particular data center is down across a region, then your data will be up and running from the another data center. Then I have got geo redundant storage. So in the geo redundant storage, it is going to replicate your data to a secondary region as well, which is hundreds of miles away from the primary region. So it replicates your data to a secondary region that is hundreds of miles away from the primary region. And this is how you take care of the disaster recovery scenario. So in case if something fails in my primary region, or if my primary region is completely down because of some data center level failure or because of some natural disaster, in that case, your data can be up and running from the secondary region. And that is what you call as the geo redundant storage. And then there is something called as read access geo redundant storage. So this is going to replicate your data to a secondary region, wherein along with the kind of replication, it also gives you the read access to the secondary data center. So it is exactly similar to what happens in the GRS, where it creates 3 copies of your data in the primary data center, another 3 copies of your data in the secondary data center. So overall 6 copies of your data are maintained across both the regions. And then you also get the read access to the copies which are in the secondary data center. Now there are different Azure services. So I mean, these are just few of it and most popular ones, but likewise, if you see, there are 140 plus services available within the Azure. So starting with web and mobile, you've got web applications where you can go ahead and create the web apps and deploy your web applications as a form of the platform as a service. So it's all part of your app services. Where you have got web apps, logic apps, and mobile apps and REST APIs, which are your API applications. And we have got content delivery network where we can use the edge locations or essentially the different particular edge servers which are located at different particular regions, which catches the data. Then there are different media services and Azure Search, which is part of the web and mobile. Moving forward to the storage. So within the storage, you've got the storage blobs, tables, queues, files, and disks. So there are 4 different kinds of storages available. Depending on your particular choice of option, which particular storage are you looking at, whether it's the storage that you want to mount to the virtual machine, or if it is a storage which I want to use for the text and binary data. Based on it, you can actually have the storage option chosen. Then there is data lake store, which essentially works along with the database, and you can have the huge amount of data process. So it's kind of a data warehousing DWBA kind of solution that you can have. Then there is Store Simple. There is Azure Backup for backup services. There is Site Recovery, which is again for the backup as well as some kind of DR related operations, high availability of the virtual machine or high availability of the database servers. All of that can happen within the Site Recovery. So essentially the service which is underlying a part of the site recovery is the Azure Recovery Service Vault that we are going to create. Then there is networking. So as a part of the networking, I've got the virtual networking is there. So within the virtual networking, we have got the virtual networks. So virtual networks again is a core component of your Azure infrastructure. We are going to look at it in very deep, so that you are able to understand how the infrastructure works in cloud. And essentially the infrastructure works similarly in all other clouds as well. So every cloud is going to have its own service which is going to create a virtual network or VPC, whatever it is. Then you've got the load balancer, so that you can load balance the traffic which is coming to different sort of virtual machines. There can be an internal load balancer, there can be an external load balancer. Then there is application gateway, which is again going to be used in terms of load balancing the resources. Now here, the difference with respect to load balancer, application gateway can be load balancer is going to be used at the layer 4 level where you have the TCP and UDP. And then application gateway will be used at the layer 7 where I'm going to more worry about HTTP and HTTPS. Then you've got VPN gateway and the Azure DNS, which is your domain name service. Then the traffic manager. Traffic manager again is the kind of balancing service where how you manage how the traffic flows. So the overall flow of the traffic is controlled by the traffic manager. Now, in terms of traffic manager, it works at the DNS level. So let's say if I want to have a scenario where I want to show different kind of content to different people across the globe. Let's say if it is US, I want to show some different content. If you look at Apple, if you go to apple.com and from US, it's going to show you the content based on the US location. If you go to apple.com from India, you will see the content based on the India location. So let's say if there is some iPhone yet to be announced in India but have already been available to purchase in US, you will actually see those differences within the India and US side. There is going to be difference in terms of the particular pricing for different set of iPhones, or if it is Apple, MacBooks, or whatever devices it is. So all of those things actually can be controlled using the traffic manager, where you control how the traffic is to be routed and what particular content has to be shown to the user. Then there is Express Route, which you can leverage to connect your on-premises network with the Azure. There is Network Watcher service, which you can use to completely keep an eye watch on your network and watch the networking. Then there are different services like IoT and enterprise integration services, where we have Azure IoT Hub, there is Event Hub. We've got a Stream Analytics Notification Hub where you can leverage it for the processing of the different kinds of IoT based events. If I have a particular IoT device, let's say Raspberry Pi connected to some sensors and then some particular other connectors, based on that, I'm able to fetch the data from the particular device, or I want to actually process that data and send it to the cloud. All of that actually can be done using the Azure IoT and the Stream Analytics stuff. And the Event Grid Event Hub as well. Then you've got Notification Hub. So all your mobile application notification that you see essentially on the iPhones or the Android mobiles, all of those notifications can be actually handled using Notification Hub. So you can send the push notifications. There is BizTalk service, wherein Microsoft is trying to now move this BizTalk service to the Logic apps, where they've given the Logic app connectors for creating those services. There is Service Bus, which is a kind of messaging queue. There is Data Catalog. Then you're moving deep down to databases. You have SQL database as a service, SQL Data Warehouse, SQL Server Storage Database, the Document DB, Redis Cache, the Data Factory. So all of these database services where you can actually go ahead and create the SQL database based on the RDBMS. If you want a NoSQL database, you can leverage the Cosmos DB with different set of APIs like Cassandra or MongoDB, or whether it's the table, Gremlin, or if it is SQL as well. So all of these particular APIs being supported within the databases. Then there are intelligence and analytics services where you've got HDInsight, which is your Hadoop distributed file system as a service. Then there is machine learning studio. There is cognitive services. There are Azure bot services that you leverage the Azure bot framework. The data lake analytics and the Power BI embedded and the Azure analysis services within the intelligence and the analytics suite. Then we have got compute, which includes your virtual machines. So it's creating the complete VM and running Windows or Linux on top of it. So virtual machine service, virtual machine skill sets where I can do the batch provisioning of the VMs. Then there is Azure Container Service and the Azure Container Registry. So you can leverage the Azure Container Service and the Container Registry to keep your Docker images of the applications. Then there are Azure Functions, which is a serverless architecture. So if you want to just run your code on Azure and just want to pay the cost for that particular piece of code on the based on the amount of time the code is actually getting the hits, you can actually leverage the Azure Functions. There is Azure Batch Service, there's Service Fabric, the cloud services there. Then there are some of the developer services where you've got Visual Studio Team Service or Azure DevTest Labs, the VS Application Insights, or the API management, the Hockey app, the developer tools, and the service profiler. So leveraging these different developer services, you will be able to kind of use the dev test environment. You can use the VSTS, which is now a part of the Azure DevOps service. Then there is application insights. If you want to have some kind of application insights deep dive like New Relic or Splunk, you can actually use this application insights, which is an internal offering by Microsoft within the Azure. Apart from this, there are some monitoring and management services. So we have got the complete Azure Portal in terms of monitoring and managing the infrastructure and resources. And we have got the Azure Resource Manager. So the Azure Portal itself is called as the Azure Resource Manager Portal or the ARM Portal. Then there is Azure Advisor, which acts like an consultant for you. So it's kind of going to be a friend wherein you can actually go to Azure Advisor and then it is going to give you the recommendations in terms of different aspects, whether it being it security or high availability or disaster recovery. What are the things essentially you can configure within your Azure subscription? What are the things that you should take care of? Then there is Azure Monitor, which is used for monitoring, getting the diagnostic logs, the data, the different set of alerts that we will be creating, then log analytics to query the logs. Azure Automation for automating some of the processes, and then the Azure Scheduler to schedule some kind of task and run them as and when required. So these are like the basic Azure services, and we'll be covering some of these services. So moving forward, talking about the Azure feature availability. So some services or virtual machine features are only available in certain regions. It could be such as specific VM sizes or storage types. So not necessarily that a particular Azure service or Azure service available in a particular region might also be available in another region. There are different services which are available in different set of regions. It can be a possible case that a particular service which is available in one particular US data center might not be available in one of the India data center. So it's always a possible case. And there are also some global Azure services which do not require you to select a particular region. So there is something called as Azure Active Directory, which is the identity and access management service within the Azure. There's Traffic Manager and Azure DNS, which doesn't require you to provide any location when you're creating the service. Otherwise, given creating any service, you will have to provide a particular location to deploy that service. But for these specific set of services, it doesn't ask you to choose any location. So this was on the Azure feature availability front. Now, what is the Azure subscription basically? So a Windows Azure subscription is going to have two different aspects. One is the Windows Azure account through which the resource usage is going to be reported and the services are going to be built. So one is we are going to create the Azure account first of all, through which all of the things are going to happen. Now, when you create the Azure account, there also has to be a subscription which is going to be aligned with that account or attached to that account. So each subscription is going to have some kind of quota allocated to it. Or it depends like what kind of subscription you have. Even if you want, you can go ahead with a pay-as-you-go plan. And this is going to determine the maximum quantity of services and resources which can reside within the same subscription. So there are limits which can apply on the per subscription or per region level within your subscription. These limits are bounded by the Azure default limits. So I will share one particular document with you, which talks about the dedicated limits for each and every service. So let's say if I talk about virtual private network, VPN, then there are limits that you can create up to 250 VPNs within one storage within one particular region, or you can create up to 250 storage account within one particular region. So definitely when you're into cloud, though we say it's unlimited usage, but definitely you will be bounded within a particular account with some kind of limits. Then all the cloud services are going to belong to subscription. So each subscription is going to have an ID, and you're going to be logged into the portal.azure.com, and where you will be able to see the subscription ID and your account information. So let's say if you want, you can have multiple subscriptions in a way. Let's say I want one subscription for development. I might want one subscription for testing. I might want one subscription for production environment. So that ways you will get different particular subscriptions available for you as and when required. Now, moving forward, if you see this particular diagram, I can have one Azure account, and within one Azure account, you can actually have multiple subscriptions available. So as I told you, if I want one subscription available for development, I can have it that way. If I want one subscription available for lab environment, I want one for QA, I want another for production. Similarly, I can have different other subscription as well. The subscription can be based on the projects as well.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So let's say, as I yesterday gave you an example of service-based companies where, let's say, if TCS providing services to 10 different organizations, TCS can have 10 different subscriptions which are dedicated to each of the organization. So that way, TCS will also be able to take care of the billing of individual organizations and will be able to suspend the services in case tomorrow the organization moves to another company to take up the cloud services or moves the project or closes the project. All of these things can be actually handled in those particular manner. So let's look at how do you create the Azure account first of all. So for this, I am going to go to azure.com first of all. So you can go to azure.com. So this is a way where I'm telling you to create how to create a free account. In a similar way, you can create a pay-as-you-go account in case we have to create an account which was yesterday where we were given the Azure pass and we have to create it. Even that also we can do it right from here. So you go to portal.azure.com first of all. Within this, you will get an option which says start free. So in case you want to create a free account, you can click on start free. Then it will take you to this page which displays what are the free services that you get when you create a free Azure account. So when you create a free Azure account, though it says get started with 12 months of free services, now the thing here is, though you get some 12 months of free services, but the subscription is valid only for 30 days. So this $200 or approximately 13,300 worth of Azure credit that you will be getting will be only available for 30 days. After 30 days, all of your services will be disabled, it will be stopped, and nothing will be charged to your card until and unless you explicitly decide to move to pay as you go plan. So with the free tier or with the free plan, you get only 1 month of Azure services or Azure credit to use. When they say 12 months of free services, these services can be leveraged in case you have a pay as you go plan at a later point of time. So when you have a pay as you go plan, you will be bounded by the free tier only. But for the first month one, when you have got this credit, you can use this credit to create or use any premium service of Azure as well. So that's how the credit is going to work here. So when I say free services for 12 months, there are these services which you get to create free. So you get 750 hours of V1S VM. So that means this is a very low configuration VM that you can create per month. Similarly, a Windows VM also can be created. These are some services like managed disk, 64 GB into 2, then some 250 GB of the SQL database, 5 GB of file storage, 5 GB of blob storage. Similarly, 5 GB of Cosmos DB, 15 GB of bandwidth for data transfer, some text analysis, analytics, AI, and machine learning up to 5,000 transactions. Then there are some services which are lifetime free. So you've got 25 plus services which are lifetime free, which includes creation of web applications. So 10 app services can be created. Again, this can be created only in the free tier. So there are other tier as well, which you can create only if you have a pay-as-you-go plan or you have some amount of Azure credit with you. Then 10 lakh requests per month for the Azure functions, which is the serverless architecture. Approximately 1 lakh requests for the event grid, Azure Kubernetes services, the dev test labs, then the Active Directory B2C, the Service Fabric, the DevOps, Azure DevOps, the Security Center. So a lot of these services are essentially available to you free of cost that you can leverage anytime. Now to again create that account, you will have to again click on this start free option, which will take you to the another sign up page. So this will ask you to sign up with a particular Azure account. Let's say I'll enter my account, which is ayush.he15@outlook.com. And then I'm going to sign in with this account. So once you click here, it will take you to a page which looks like this, which is something like blue colored page will come up. And you will be asked to fill in your details. So you will be asked to fill in your name, your contact details, the email ID, the mobile number. So you see, it asks me for, first of all, identity verification by phone. So it is not asking me for another details because I have already created this account earlier and it has all of those details available. So it is just asking me to verify my mobile number again. And then it will ask me to verify my identity by a credit card. And once both of these things are validated, I will need to accept the agreement and my free Azure account will be created. Now I've already created the free Azure account once a long time back, so it won't allow me to create the account back with the same credentials. But yeah, this is how you can go ahead and create a free Azure account. So what I'll do is I'm currently logged into the Azure portal. So to log into the Azure portal, you will need to go to portal.azure.com, sign in with your subscription credentials. Now you're not going to do the lab sessions along with me hand in hand. You're just going to attend the training, and then later on you can start practicing it on your own. Right, Anderson, you can grant the access as the collaborator to the attendees so that they will be able to at least perform most of the operations, but not all. They might not be able to kind of delete some of the things. Delete rights won't be available with them, but definitely they'll be able to perform most of the operations given the collaborator right. So let me walk you through the Azure portal. So this is how the Azure portal looks. Now this is the favorites blade of the Azure portal. So within the favorites blade, you will be able to see all the resources, resource groups, and some of the popular Azure services already listed down here. So this is something that you see by default. This is customizable. So let's say if I don't want to see any service here, I can remove it right away. Then there is something called as all services. So this all services and create a resource is an option that I'm going to use most of the time. So if I click on all services, I will be able to see all the 140 plus services that Azure offers me. So I've got if I click on all, I've got all the services here. Then let's say if I want to bring some of the service from here to my shortcut or my favorite blade, let's say I want to bring in public IP here. So I've got this public IP address, and then I can actually bring it down here by clicking on this star. If I click here, you see this star turn to grayish or blackish in color, and then this public IP address essentially comes up here. If I want to change the order, I can drag and drop it. So I can just drag and drop it up and down. Okay, I think because of my mouse issue, I think, yeah. So as you can see, it now moves up and down. Then now, if you see here, I've got the public IP address available. If I want to remove it, I can just click here. Okay, I will need to go to all services and then go back to the public IP, and I can again click on the star option. This UI change that I'm seeing here is a new change. Even I am seeing this for the first time. So until last week, I would say, or not even last week, until Monday, this UI was a bit different. So there used to be a star icon here itself, which you could click. But now this is a new user experience where I have to actually hover over the name, and then I see the create view and the star option. So these particular kind of changes are bound to happen in cloud every now and then. Whenever you use the cloud, these changes are actually bound to happen. Now, these are the all resources. So from the all services, you can actually click on all to see all resources in one shot. Or you can click on general or compute or networking or storage to see the resources as and when required. Then there is dashboard. So this is the dashboard view that you see here. We'll talk about the dashboard at a later point of time. Then there is a new UI which has came in, which is the home. So you can have the home as well as a view. So whenever you sign into the Azure portal, it is up to you that whether do you want to keep the home screen as the default view or you want to see the dashboard. My favorite is the dashboard. So I personally keep dashboard as the default view. So whenever I log into the Azure portal, it just shows me up the dashboard. I will show you where you can take care of this option of choosing whether you want the home to be viewed or the dashboard to be viewed. So if I click on home here, I will be able to see some of the popular Azure services and the links to some of the specific resources like subscription resource group, all resources and dashboard. Then you can go to Microsoft Learn, leverage the Azure Monitor, go to Security Center, and then also look at cost management and different other useful links to the Azure documents. Find an Azure expert if you want to kind of hire somebody. And then there are also options of having the Azure mobile app downloaded. So we'll talk about the Azure mobile app as well later on, like what Azure mobile app does. Then there is create a resource option. This is again an option which I'm going to use most of the time at a later point of time. Now, using this, you can create any Azure service. So let's say if I want to create a Windows 10 VM right now, I can just type here Windows 10, and it will give me an option corresponding to the Windows 10 VMs. Or whatever marketplace options are there corresponding to Windows 10 will be available to me. So I see Microsoft Windows 10 over here. I see Microsoft Windows 10 desktop virtual machine images, or Windows 10 preview, or Windows 10 plus Office 365 Pro plus. So there are different options. I can click here and then get started with creating the Microsoft Windows 10 virtual machine. Also, you see there is one more option here. You see this heart-shaped icon. If you click here, this particular marketplace image or marketplace display that you see will move to your saved list. So let's say if I frequently use Microsoft Windows 10, then always rather than coming here and then searching for that Microsoft Windows 10 virtual machine, I can directly click on create a resource and go to my saved list. and create that resource. So this is how the customization of the dashboard can be done. Then there is this search option over here. So you can click on the search option to search for the Azure resources. So let's say if I want to just search upon virtual machine, then here I will be able to see most of the services which are corresponding to the virtual machine. Then what are the marketplace images available? If there are any documentation corresponding to the VM, if there are any resource group or any resources created corresponding to the virtual machine, all of those particular things I will be actually able to see up here. Then apart from this, I can actually click here and spin up a inbuilt cloud shell. So most of the things that we will be doing will be through the, or I would say almost the things that we will be doing will be through the Azure portal. But all the similar things can also be done through the PowerShell or CLI scripting. If I'm creating a VM through the UI, I can also create it via writing the code. So you've got an inbuilt cloud shell. So if you are more comfortable with PowerShell, you can click on PowerShell. If you're more comfortable with CLI, you can move to Bash and it spins up a Bash session for you. Now I have all launched it multiple times and therefore it directly opened up for me. But for people who are going to click on this button for the first time, you would actually see something like this. So you will see a screen which will look like this, which is going to say, welcome to Azure Cloud Shell. And then you will have to choose one of the option, whether you want a Bash or you want a PowerShell Linux. And once you select one of these, then it will also ask you to create an Azure storage account. So once you create the Azure storage account, then only you will be able to utilize the internal Cloud Shell. Now, the beauty of this Cloud Shell is that you don't need to kind of depend upon any of the existing on-premises or desktop tools to run your scripts. So if I don't want to leverage my own PowerShell or CLI on top of my local machine, I can actually directly go ahead and leverage this Bash or the Cloud Shell that I have within the Azure portal. So it's kind of a pretty cool feature. Then there is directory plus subscription filter. So using this, you will be able to switch between the directories and you will be able to kind of see multiple subscription in case you have that, and you will be able to switch the directories between those. This is the notifications option. So all the notifications for you will be coming in here. So let's say if I start creating a VM, then you will start seeing a notification here which will say VM deployment is started, or VM deployment completed, or VM is about to get created. All of those kind of notifications that comes in will be available over here. So first, the notification comes in as toast notification here. So it is available here for some couple of seconds. After that, it automatically dismisses and then it is available within the notifications pane. If you want, you can dismiss all at once. And if you want, you can just click on the close option to close the notifications. Then this is the settings option. So within the settings option, you can see an option which says sign me out when inactive. I have set it to never, but I would recommend you to set it to 15 minutes. So that in case, even if by chance you leave your laptops unlocked in your desk on your enterprise environment, then it will automatically log you out after 15 minutes of inactivity within the Azure portal. Then, as I told you, you can keep either home or dashboard as your default view. So this is the option from where you can choose your default view. So whether do you want to see the home or whether do you want to see the dashboard, you can choose one of the default view, and then whenever you next time log in, you will see this particular view as your default view. Then there is choose your default mode for the portal menu. This is again something new that has recently came in a week or 2 weeks before. So if you want, you can dock this panel like this. And if you want, this panel can fly out. So if I say fly out, then this will be like this. It's currently flied out. And if I move back, it will go off. But I personally prefer to keep it docked so that I can actually quickly navigate between the things. But let's say if somebody is more on having a complete view of the Azure portal, I want a big view, I don't want that small thing coming out, then it's like you can just use the fly out mode. But then I personally prefer the dock out mode, because with the dock mode as well, you get this option to kind of push this in and move this out. So you can save on the space there as well. Then there is choose a theme. So you can choose between different themes like white theme, there's a dark theme, then there is a mix of light and dark, and the completely dark theme. So you can choose so somebody who loves the dark mode, if you're using the Mac and you're a fan of the dark mode, then you can actually keep the dark mode here as well. Then there are high contrast theme as well. So you've got the white and black. So in case this is specifically designed for people with disability who have some kind of color blindness or any eyesight weakness. So for them specifically, this is created where the things are highlighted so that they can actually work properly. So this is more designed with respect to considering accessibility in mind. And then I have kept this to none. So this is the high contrast theme. You can enable the pop-up notification or the toast notification that I was talking about. So as I told you, whenever you create something, there will be some notifications coming in here as well. So those notifications are actually called as the toast notification. Then we have got the help and support. So using help and support, you will be able to raise a support ticket with Microsoft, given that you have taken any of the support plan. Even in case you have not taken a support plan, you can drop in a mail to Microsoft support. Now, the important point here is a lot of time it happens that people create a free trial or they create a pay-as-you-go plan for learning purpose. And then surprisingly, when they see the bill coming in, it can be huge. It can be even 1 lakh, or it could be maybe $1,000 or something like this, which you were not actually aware of. And then someday you decide that, okay, let's not pay the bill, let's close the Azure account. And that is where, I mean, people do the mistake. So do not do that. Rather than that, raise a ticket with Microsoft, telling them the exact scenario that you were trying to learn Microsoft, and mistakenly you ended up firing something which has actually triggered this amount, triggered something else, and as a result, you have been seeing this large amount coming in. If this is the actual case, they will help you out to revert the amount. Now, if it is an individual, it's even okay. But if I specifically talk about enterprises, with some enterprises, if you do like this, then what happens is Microsoft sends your case to companies like KPMG. So these companies are auditing firm. And now once these companies get the case, then they are going to get the money either by hook or crook. So do make sure that in those particular cases where you are getting a lot of bill and you were trying it for from learning purpose and it was not being used for any production level environment or development purpose, then you can raise that request with Microsoft. They will get that money reverted for you. Then there is what's new. So within the what's new, you will be able to see what's new coming in within the Microsoft. What is the Azure roadmap? So it shows you the complete roadmap for the coming year, what Azure has in place. You can also launch the guided tour. So as and when required, you can launch guided tour and have a look at the complete Azure portal. There are keyboard shortcuts. So there are 3 specific shortcuts that I would mention: GND, GNA, and GNR. So if I press GND, it takes me to the Azure dashboard. Then if I press GNA, it takes me to the all resources, which is this. And then if I press GNR, it takes me to the resource groups. So this is the resource group where I am in. And similarly, I can press GND to go back to the dashboard. So I'm currently clicking GNA, which takes me to all resources. Now I press GND, it takes me to the dashboard. So this is again some of the shortcuts that you can find here. Then you can see the diagnostic and privacy and terms. And if you want, you can hire an Azure expert as well. Then we have got the send us feedback. So this is the feedback link wherein you can send the feedback to Microsoft about any of the products that you have liked or disliked, and what are the things that you want to improve upon those particular products. Then apart from this, you've got this particular option which talks about you can sign out from here. You can sign in with a different account. You can switch directory. So switch directory and this option that I showed you are both same. Clicking on this option also takes you to the same page which displays this. Then apart from this, I've got my Microsoft account where I can view the information about my Microsoft account. I can view my permissions that I will talk about later. You can submit an idea. So when you click on submit an idea, it opens the idea portal where either you can put an idea, or if you want, you can upvote an idea that you would have liked. Then apart from this, there is the view my bill. So you will be able to view your bill. There are other places from where you will be able to view the bill. And then there is my contact information. So using the my contact information option, you will be able to kind of change the contact information. Now let's talk about the dashboard that we were talking about. So within the dashboard, you will be able to see the new dashboard. Then you will be able to upload the dashboard, download the dashboard, edit it up and share it. So with this, if I want, I can actually switch the dashboard using this option. So let me first create a new dashboard. Let's say I click on done customizing. Now this has been creating a new dashboard here. If I want to edit this dashboard, I can click on the edit option, and then I can add some kind of, like, let's say I want to add all resources here. So I can just drag and drop this and it has come up here. Similarly, if I want, I can have the clock coming up here, and then I can click on done customizing. So this is a new dashboard created. Now let's say if I want to download this, there is a good option, upload and download. So let me download this. Now this upload and download option are very good. So in case, let's say tomorrow somebody has mistakenly deleted the dashboard. So I click on delete and delete this dashboard. Assume you have put up a lot of efforts to create this beautiful dashboard, and then the dashboard got deleted mistakenly. So you get an option to upload it back in case you have created a copy of the dashboard. So when you download it, it creates a JSON file of the dashboard wherein it stores the information about what all things were there on the dashboard. And then you get your dashboard up and running here. Similarly, if you want, you can edit it back. If you want, you can share it. You can create a full screen of the dashboard. Then apart from this, you can clone the dashboard. So I can create a copy of the dashboard. I can delete the dashboard. I can refresh it. I can switch between the dashboards right from here. So these are the different operations that you can perform right from the dashboard. We left out a few of the things. So I left out the my permissions part. So if I go to my permissions, now this is where you can actually view the complete access details for this subscription. So using the my permissions option, you can actually look at the identity and access control for your subscription. So in terms of the identity and access control, I will be able to add a particular user to my subscription. So I can click on add and then click on add role assignment. And this is where I will see an option to add a particular user either with the owner role or a contributor role or a reader role or any other role. So there are a lot of inbuilt roles available within Azure with respect to different services. And I will be able to find all of those roles here. So this is one such thing which you'll see here. Apart from this, you will assign access to Azure AD user group or service principal, and then you can enter the email ID of that particular person to whom you want to send the request. So once you, let's say if I enter my email ID, let's say ayush@ something something or gmail.com. So once you enter this, you will essentially see a mail coming like this. So it says, so it gives you a message like this: you are invited to the default directory organization by D8, and then you will have the subscription ID, a particular ID, inviters ID that will be coming up here. So you will get this mail, you click on get started, it will take you to the Azure portal. You sign up with your particular email ID and you will be able to access the subscription. Now, once a particular user has been invited to a particular subscription, after that, if you want, you can also add that particular user with another role, which is called as co-administrator. So along with you, there can be up to 200 co-administrators separately added into your subscription. So you can again click on add co-admin and then enter the email ID of that user, and that particular user will be added on your subscription. So this is how you can actually share a particular subscription with different particular other users and look at how the subscription can be shared. So this is how I think your individual subscriptions also might be shared with all of you. So if there is one subscription, there will be a contributor role created for all of you, and then you will be having access to a single subscription where multiple people can work. And this is how actually you work in the enterprise as well. So within enterprise also, it's not like that you all will be given your individual subscription. So each one of you might get access to different set of subscriptions, and then you will have to leverage that accordingly, and also need to take care of how the billing and pricing is going to work for that subscription. As in terms of the Azure administration that we will be covering next would be the Azure Portal and Cloud Shell, the Azure PowerShell and CLI, and the Resource Manager and the ARM templates. So you'll have a thorough understanding of how the Azure Portal works. So in terms of the UI components and how the things are getting interacted, you already have a good knowledge on that part, like how we did look at it right now. Now, apart from this, if I look at from the Azure Portal perspective, you will be looking at what is the Azure Portal, what is the Azure mobile app, and what is the Azure Cloud Shell, and how does that Azure Cloud Shell works. So given this, let me move forward and start with the Azure Portal. So what Azure Portal is? So in terms of the Azure Portal, it's the cloud-based portal wherein it is going to allow you to build, manage, and monitor everything right from a simple web application to the complex cloud application within the single unified console. So within this, you will be able to search for resources, different services, and the documents. You will be able to manage the resources. You will be able to create the customized dashboards and view the favorites. You can access the Cloud Shell, receive the notifications, different links to the Azure documentation. So all of these things are something that we just saw. Then after this, let me talk about the Azure mobile app. So I showed you an option where you get an option to download the Azure mobile app. It can be an Android application. It could be an iOS application as well. So this Azure mobile application is going to help you to keep track of your resources while you're on the go. So with this, it will allow you to stay connected to the cloud and check the status and the critical metrics anytime, anywhere. So with the Azure mobile app, you don't need to be in front of your computer to keep an eye on the Azure resources. It could, let's say if it is a virtual machine, if it is a web application, you cannot always stay in front of the computer. You can also keep an eye on the go on these particular Azure resources like the VMs, web apps, and different other resources using this mobile app. Also, you can stay connected no matter where you are. So right from your iOS or Android mobile device, you can keep a watch on VMs and web apps. Then you can diagnose and fix issues quickly. So let's say late at night, some CSOS came in and you are in a deep sleep, and then you have to actually wake up. Now, it could be very tiring, or maybe you would not be very involved when late at night when you're into sleep, and then somebody asks you to get up and turn on your PC, and then kind of look at the Azure portal and understand what the issue is, and then you have to restart a web application or a virtual machine to make sure the service is up and running again. So you've got that flexibility right within the mobile app. So from your mobile app, you can actually restart or start a particular web app or connect to a VM directly. So that means you can be agile and respond to the issues faster with the Azure mobile application. And then you get a flexibility to run the commands to manage your Azure resources as well. So if you want to use the command line, you can run the ad hoc Azure CLI or PowerShell commands from the Azure mobile app. If you want, you can stay in control of your resources and take the corrective actions, wherein you can start the VM, you can stop the VMs and web applications as and when required. We already did the demo of the Azure portal, so we'll skip that. Then talking about the Azure Cloud Shell that we just had a look at. So within the Azure portal, you might have seen we went to the Azure Cloud Shell as well. So it's an interactive browser accessible shell, which offers you the Bash or the PowerShell. So if you are comfortable with Bash, Linux-based programming, or if you want to go ahead with the PowerShell Windows-based programming, you can leverage one of these. And then it is temporary, and it is provided to you on a per session basis and per user basis. So once you again sign out, again you will have to spin up again the another session of the PowerShell. Also, it requires a resource group. You will require a storage account, and then you will require an Azure file share as well. Also, this authenticates automatically. So once you're logged in, you don't need to provide any separate credentials, any username or password to log into the Azure Cloud Shell. Then it is integrated it is an integrated graphical text editor. So right within the Azure portal, through the GUI, you can actually go ahead and open it up and close it up and work around with it. So it's kind of a very easy to use Bash and PowerShell, and so it's called the Cloud Shell within the Azure portal. It is assigned one machine per user account. So with one user account, you're assigned one machine, so you can leverage this. And it times out after 20 minutes of inactivity. So let's say if you're not performing any operation, after 20 minutes, it will automatically get timed out. Also, this requires a resource group, a storage account, and an Azure file share to be created. In order to leverage this, it uses the same Azure file share for both Bash and PowerShell. And essentially, the permissions are set as a regular Linux user within the Bash as well. So that's on the Azure Cloud Shell front. So starting with the Azure policies, what Azure policy is. So as a part of the policy, I'm going to cover the Azure policies first of all. So what Azure policy is. Let me move forward. Now within Azure, you have got a means via which you can actually create the Azure policy. Now this is a specific service in Azure that you can use to create, assign, and manage the policies. So as an example, assume you all have gotten access to a subscription. Now, if I want to block the creation of resources within the central US data center for all of you guys, then I can actually create a policy in Azure, which will allow me to kind of block that particular access for all of you within the central US data center. So that is what is called as the Azure policy. Now, these policies are going to enforce different rules over your resources so that these resources are staying compliant with your corporate standards, as well as they can meet the service level agreements. Also, there's Azure policy. Now, this Azure policy does this by having an evaluation of your resources and then scanning all of the resources to check that whether these resources are compliant with the policy or they're non-compliant with the policies that you have created. So as an example, if you see here, you can have a policy to allow only a certain SKU size of virtual machines in your environment. Now there is something called as enforcement and compliance. So let me talk about some of the major advantages of the Azure policy. So when you're going to use the Azure policy, you've got different set of advantages. So first is the enforcement and compliance. So that means you can turn on the built-in policies, or if you want, you can build the custom ones for all the resource types, so that you will have the real-time policy evaluation and enforcement. Also, it will be kind of a periodic and on-demand compliance evaluation as well going on. Then if you want, you can apply policies at a scale. That means I can apply policies to a management group with control access to my entire organization. If I want, I can apply policy to just a resource group. If I want, I can apply policy to the resource. So it's up to me what is the particular area or what is the particular set of services that I want to apply the policy on. Now, applying multiple policies and aggregate policy states with the policy initiative. That means I can create multiple policies and then club all of these policies together into something called as policy initiative. The policy initiative is combination of multiple policies put up all together. So if you want to achieve a bigger goal, then you can actually club multiple policies together and create a policy initiative. Now you also get an option to define the exclusion. So it might be a possible case that I'm creating a policy which does not allow you to create resources in central US, but then I would want that, okay, I should have some exception for a few resource group or few resources, wherein I'm allowing you to create those resources in central US. So that is called as defining an exclusion scope. So with policies, you also get an option to define the exclusion, define an exclusion scope. Then there is remediation.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So real-time remediation and remediation on the existing resources can be done with the Azure policy. Looking at implementing the Azure policy, so you've got 4 different things that we look at. So one is the browsing of the policy definition. Then second is creating the initiative definition. Third is scoping the initiative definition. And fourth is viewing the policy evaluation results. So when I say browsing the policy definition, that means a policy definition is going to, so let me move forward and talk about policy, browsing the policy definition. So policy definition is going to express what to evaluate and what are the actions that I have to take. So this essentially defines under what condition a policy will be enforced and what are the effects that you would want to take. So there can be many policy definitions which are available within the Azure portal that we will be able to see. If you want, you can also create your custom policy definition. So as an example, you can prevent the virtual machines from being deployed if they're exposed to a public IP address. You can also import policies from GitHub. If you want, you can have policy definitions written. So all of the policy definitions have a specific JSON format, which is JavaScript object notation format. Then you can create the initiative definition. So an initiative definition is a set of policy definitions, which will help you to track your compliance state so that you can achieve a bigger, larger goal. So as an example, let's say if I want to ensure that a particular branch office is compliant with respect to all the policies, then actually I can create a bigger initiative and then assign it over the branch office. After this comes the scoping of the initiative definition. So you can limit the scope of the initiative definition to management groups or subscriptions or the resource groups. So with this, you will be able to assign the definition to a scope. This scope is going to determine on what particular resources or group of resources the policy is going to get enforced. Also, you can select the subscription and optionally the resource groups. So that means you will be able to kind of have the exclusion defined or the inclusion defined, like on what particular resources or subscriptions or management groups or resource groups the policy will be applied. Note here that currently an initiative definition can have up to 100 policies. So let's say when you're creating a policy initiative wherein you club multiple policies. So at max, currently you are allowed to club up to 100 policies together. And lastly, you determine the compliance. So in terms of determining the compliance, once your policy is in place, you can actually use the compliance blade within the Azure portal so that you can review the non-compliant initiatives, non-compliant policies, and then non-compliant resources. So whenever a condition is going to get evaluated against your existing resources and found true, then those particular resources are marked as the non-compliant with the policy. So this is how the overall process of the policies works within the Azure. So let's look at how policies can be created within the Azure portal. So I will go to policy here. So I click on policy. Then I go to assignments. Within the assignments, you will find assign policy. So via this, you will be able to assign the policy. So first of all, you define the scope, like on what things do you want to apply this policy. So this is where you define the scope. So you can either select the complete subscription on which the policy will be applied. Optionally, if you want, you can select a particular resource group on top of which the policy will be defined. I'm just selecting the subscription as of now. You can also define the exclusions. So let's say within this subscription, if you want to exclude a particular resource group so that on that particular resource group, the policy does not apply, then you can define those things in the exclusions. Then there is policy definition and the assignment of the policy done. So in the policy definition, we will be able to select from the different set of available policies. So if I talk about virtual machine specifically, let me just search for SKU. So it says allowed virtual machine SKU. So if I select this, I will be able to select what are the particular virtual machine sizes that I would want you to be. I would want you to be allowed to get those particular virtual machine sizes created. So if I select this, I can just leave the description empty, and policy enforcements means enabled. So that means it will automatically get enabled once the policy is created. Now next are the parameters. So from the different available sizes of the VMs, you can select what are the parameters that you would want to allow the users to get so that they can create those particular VM sizes. So from this, I can select few virtual machines which I want to allow them to create, and rest of the VM sizes will be blocked for them. And lastly, you can click on review and create to create the policy. So this is how the policy is created. Once so I'm not creating the policy for now. Once the policy is created, you can actually also go to definitions. So you can also create and assign a initiative definition. So within the definition, I can go to initiative definition. So as I told you, you can actually achieve a bigger notion, or you can go towards a bigger goal wherein you can combine multiple policies together. So this is where you can actually create an initiative definition. So I can have the subscription selected, name, description, and then I can have multiple policies allowed here. So let's say if I click here, if I want to have another policy, that way you will be able to bring in multiple policies here and club all of those policies together to achieve a bigger goal. Every different policies can be clubbed together. So there, let's say if you're going ahead with a VM, then there should be policies which are only corresponding to VM so that there is no conflict occurring over there. And that is where you will be able to create a category and then click on save. Once this initiative definition is created, you can actually assign this initiative definition as well. So this is how you can actually go ahead and leverage the Azure policies so that you can actually apply the particular corresponding restrictions on top of your subscription so that you're able to make the most out of it. So far we have looked at the overview of the Azure subscription, the billing, and the Azure policy, wherein we have looked at overview of Azure subscriptions, the Azure users and groups, the role-based access control, and the creation of the policies. Now, moving forward, let's talk about access management for the cloud resources, where we will be looking at Azure users and groups and the role-based access control. So talking about Azure users and group, what are the Azure users and what are the groups here? So Azure has got user accounts. So when you all log into Azure, essentially you all have got a user account. So in Azure Active Directory, all the users who require access to the resources should have a user account, and a user account is an Azure Active Directory user object, which is going to contain all the information which will be required to authenticate and authorize the user during the sign-in process. And it will also allow to build the user's access token as well in case there are some application which might require you to have an access token. Now, what are the different sources depending on type of identity? That means what could be the different types of users which can be brought into the Azure Active Directory. So one is the cloud identity, which is the user in the Azure AD. So these are the users that only exist in the Azure Active Directory. Then there are directory synchronized users or directory synchronized identities, which is the part of the Windows Server AD. So these are the users which are brought in using the Azure AD Connect tool. So users are brought into Azure through a synchronization activity using the Azure AD Connect. And these are the users that exist in the Windows Server AD. So that means these are the users which also exist on your on-premises direct. And then there are guest users. So these are the users from outside Azure. As an example, it could be Google and Microsoft account, or it could be any other email ID from which you're trying to invite a guest user into your account. So these are different kind of users that can exist within your Azure Active Directory. So let's look at how you can go about adding a user. So currently I'm onto the Azure portal. By default, an Azure Active Directory is provisioned for each one of us. So if you go to Azure Active Directory, so it is one such service where you don't need to create something. It is readily available for you so that you can use it. So this is the default Active Directory that I have got. Now within this, you see the options which says users. Using this option, I will be able to create a new user. And also you will be able to see other users which are within the same Azure Active Directory. So I'll click on new user. Now when you create an Azure account or Azure subscription, by default, there is also a domain created for you. So if you could see here, I have got a domain which says ayushrathi15outlook.onmicrosoft.com. So this is the domain. So I can go ahead and create user. Currently, when I say I want to create a user, this user will be created within my Active Directory with the domain that was created. So the user will be like whatever name I type here @ this is the authenticated domain in my Active Directory, which is ayushrathi15outlook.onmicrosoft.com. If you want to have other domains here, then you will need to make sure that you verify your authenticity. That means you will need to verify that you are the owner of those domains. So let's say if I want to add someone here like Ayush @ ayushrathi.com, then I will need to add those users here explicitly. Then I can enter the name here. So the name of the corresponding user that I'm trying to add, then his first name and the last name. Then if I want, I can also add him to a particular group. So if I've got existing groups and I want this user to be a part of some group, let's say if he's from the finance department or if he's from HR, then I can also add those particular users over here. Then I have got roles. So yesterday we were looking at different roles. There are a lot of roles available So you can choose one of the role that you would want to delegate to the user. By default, the user has the user administrator role. But then if you want, you can make him as the global admin or service admin or co-admin, depending on the requirement. If you want, you can block the sign-in for the user. So depending on how you would want to maintain the security, if you want to block all the sign-ins currently, and you would want to enable it later on, or if you want to by default enable the sign-ins for the user. If you want to filter the usage location, you can enter the usage locations for the user. So it will allow you to filter the usage locations as well, corresponding to that user, and then some basic detail that you see in your organization as well. So within your organization, you might have got your own portal where you can go ahead and have information about the users. You can see their job title, the department, the organization that they're belonging to, and all of the other things right there. So this is where you've got the job title, department, and all of those things. So this is one kind of user that can be created. Another is you can also create a guest user. So guest user can be created with any particular name. So let's say if I just type in here as Ayush, and then if I want this email ID need not be the ID corresponding to my domain. It can be any domain. So if I want to add somebody with gmail.com or ayushrati.com or xyz.com or microsoft.com or whatever it is, hotmail.com, live.com, I can add users with any ID. So let's say if I type in something like ayush@gmail.com, first name and last name, and then all of these other details which are all same, and click on invite, you will essentially see the mail goes something like this. So I will get a mail which says, you are invited to the default directory organization. So it's again a similar kind of mail that will go, which we also looked at it on the second day of the session. So this is how it works. Then this is on the user creation front. Now, once the user is created, so we'll just play around with the existing users. I'm not creating any new users here as of now. So new user, and then there is new guest user option. So you can just use this new guest user as well to create the users outside your domain. So this option is actually similar to the invite user option. And if you want, you can also bulk create, bulk invite, and bulk delete the user. So this option was not previously available. This has got recently introduced. Earlier, all of these operations of bulk upload or bulk deletion or bulk invite were to be performed using the command line. But now within the portal, you can actually perform all of these operations. And if you want, you can also download the user information from here. Now, let's say if I click on this user, which is Ayush9, I will be able to see the complete profile of the user. So I can reset the password, I can edit the user profile, I can delete the profile. So there is options like identity information, the job info, the settings, and the contact info. Within the settings, I've got block sign in. So you might have noticed, let's say if you're working in an organization and if somebody leaves an organization, so all of the accesses corresponding to the users are blocked. As soon as you leave the organization, your email access and whatever portal access you were having are all blocked. And that is where you can actually use this option to block the sign-in activities for the user. So it depends whether do you want to just block the sign-in or you want to completely delete the user data. So if I talk about Europe, because of the GDPR compliance, you would want to make sure that you are deleting the complete user data as a part of the general data protection, right? Or otherwise, if you just want to capture the user data, but then you want to just make sure that he's not able to access the different other services, I can block the sign-in activities for the user. I can see the assigned role corresponding to the user here. So what role has been assigned? Currently, we did not assign any role. So if you go ahead and click on add assignment, you will be able to select from one of the roles available. I can actually see to which particular group the user is belonging, and correspondingly, I can add the user to a corresponding group. So like I just give you an example, if I want somebody to be added to finance group or an HR group, I can actually do it. So within your organization also, there might be a lot of different groups. Like it could be an employee communication, there might be HR, there might be finance, then there could be employee communication, there could be payroll. So you receive mails from different parts of or different teams within the organization, and this is how all of those things are maintained. And then there are applications, licenses, devices, and different other things. So via applications, you can delegate the application access to the user. So within your organization, you might have seen that there would be applications for which you are allowed to single sign on. So if you want to enable the single sign on access corresponding to this user, you can go ahead to that application and then allow this particular user to have the single sign on enabled for that set of applications. Then there are licenses. So let's say within an organization, you might have Office 365 license, or it could be any other license for a particular product. Could be a Cisco product, could be a IBM product, could be Red Hat, it could be anything, Microsoft product. So for all of those licenses, there is a per user cost involved. So you would want to make sure that you just delegate those licenses only to the people who require them. So all of that thing can be maintained by the licenses option here. Then there are devices. So using the device option, you will be able to add the devices for that user. So this only currently allows you to add the Windows 10 devices only. But from Windows 10, it won't allow you to add any devices here, and allow the sign in with the Azure Active Directory credentials. And then you can also see the particular Azure resources to which the user has been given the access to. So this was on the user management front. So after user accounts, let's talk about the groups. So there is also something called as group account. Now there are two types of groups. So before that, let's look at what the group account does. So a group is going to help you to organize the users so that it makes it much easier for you to manage the permissions for the users. And groups can be easily added through the portal. So if you, like I just showed you, if I want to add somebody to a group, I can add them to the group, and I can also manage the groups through the portal. Now there are two types of groups. One is the security group, another is the distribution group. The security groups are security enabled, and they will allow you to assign the permissions and control access to the different set of various resources. So that's how you will be able to control access to various resources. And then there are distribution groups. So these are the Office 365 groups. So these are used mainly by the email applications and are not security enabled. So you can easily add groups in the portal as and when required. Now there are two ways to add members to the group. One is the directly assigned, which is where you go ahead and manually add the user. And second is dynamically assigned. Now this dynamic assignment happens via the rule. So there are rule-based dynamic assignment. So let's say I can create a rule: when this person belongs to so and so thing, he should be added to this group. Or whenever a user is given access to this application as a part of the single sign-on activity, then the user should be added to this particular group. Now this dynamic assignment is only possible if you have the Azure AD Premium P1 license. So this feature requires Azure AD Premium P1 license. So Azure Active Directory has got different licenses. So by default, when we create an Azure account, we get a free Azure Active Directory. It is the free license that we use for the Active Directory, which doesn't have the full-fledged features. Now, apart from the free edition, there is a basic edition of the Active Directory. There is a premium P1 license. There is a premium P2 license for the Active Directory, which you can leverage. So let's look at how you can go ahead and create a group within the Azure portal. So this is the Azure portal. I will go back to the Azure Active Directory. Within the Azure Active Directory, I can now go to groups, and within this, I can actually go ahead and create a new group. So let's say if I want, I can go ahead and create a group, and then I can type in the group type, select a group type. It could be security or Office 365 group. Enter the group name. Let's say HR. So I think it is already occupied. Then I can have the group description selected. I can have the membership type. Now this will be grayed out for me because I am not having the licenses, P1 licenses of the Azure Active Directory. But for people who are using the free Azure trial, you will be able to activate your free P1 trial for the Active Directory. So you get to enable the Azure AD Premium P1 license. Apart from this, you also get to kind of activate the mobility E5 license, security E5 license as well. So you can have the security mobile E5 license activated as well, which is the enterprise mobility suite. Then you can enter the owners here. So again, one important point, the owner need not be a member of the group. So there can be a person who is the owner of the group, but then it's not necessary that this owner is also going to be the member of the group. So owners and members are all independent, not interdependent. And then you have got the members. So I can add members to the group. So let's say if I select this a particular member called as, so you can have the selected members available over here and just click on create. So it will create the group like this, how we have it here. And apart from this, you will also add the members to the group. Now, assume you have created a group and then later you want to add members to the group. So this is how you do it. You go to the group, like how I went, and then click on members, and then you get an option to add the existing members. So you can select a member that you would want to add to this group and just click on select. It will actually select the member and add it to the group. Similarly, you can add the owners to the group at a later point of time. So you select the owners and then click on add owners, and then you are able to add the owners to the group. One group can also have the nested membership of another group. So one group can be a part of another group. So as an example, if I talk about the employee communication within your organization, it has to go to every employee, whether he's a part of the HR team or he's a part of the product team, or even if he's a part of the finance team or maybe admin team or facilities, whatever it is. So all of these groups will be a part of the employee communication. So said that you can actually have the groups which are a member of another groups. That's called as nested grouping. So this concept of adding memberships is available in Azure and is not available in AWS. Then you've got application. So rather than individually going to individual users and then applying the application onto that user, rather than that, you can just apply the application to the group in a single shot, which will delegate this application access to all the people who are within that group. Similarly, if I want to assign licenses to all the people in a group, I can just assign the license to the group and automatically it will be given to all the people who are within that group. So this is how the group management happens within the Azure. Okay, so then I'll move forward to role-based access control. So looking at the role-based access control, what role-based access control is. So with the role-based access control, you will be able to grant the appropriate access to the Azure Active Directory users, groups, and services. That is what is called as the role-based access control. So it's more about managing access to resources in Azure. And if you want to manage the access to resources in Azure, it's going to be a very critical part of your organization security as well as the compliance requirement. And that is where the role-based control, which is also sometimes referred to as RBAC, is the capability for you to grant the appropriate access to the Azure Active Directory users, groups, and services. Now, RBAC is configured by selecting a particular role. So the definition of what actions are allowed or denied is essentially a role. So role defines essentially what will be allowed for this particular role and what will be denied. So it essentially defines the actions allowed and the denied. And then you can associate the role with a user, group, or service principal. And this combination of role and user, group, service principal is scoped to either the entire subscription, or it is scoped to a resource group, or it is scoped to a resource. So if you see here, access is inherited down the line. So if you give somebody an access over the subscription, he will have control over each and everything. If you give somebody a particular role on the resource group, then it will be applied to that resource group and all the resources within that resource group. And if you give somebody an access to the resource, he will just have the access to that particular resource. So this is how the access is inherited down the line. Now, in terms of the roles, there are you are able to see there are 3 different roles, which are the most common roles available: owner, contributor, and reader. So a role is a collection of actions that can be performed on Azure resources. So a user or a service can perform an action on an Azure resource if they have been assigned a role which contains that particular action. Now, there are different built-in roles. So essentially 3 of the most common roles are the owner, contributor, and reader. Then if I talk about the owner, the role name is the owner, and the corresponding description if I talk about the owner role. So it's going to be something like where an owner can manage each and everything, including the access to all the services or all the resources within the Azure subscription. Then there is contributor. So contributors can manage everything except the access. And then lastly, there are readers. So readers can view everything, but they cannot make the changes. So these are the readers. We can use the Azure portals if you want to have the role-based access control. So this is something that we did on the very first day, where I showed you the Azure portal, and we just went to this particular option of managing the permissions. So if we went here, we looked at my permissions. And from my permissions, I was able to go to the identity and access management. So this is how you create a role. So you click on add and then click on add role assignment. And this is how you can create the roles. So I click on add role assignment, then it will actually open up the complete list of different roles available. And then you can select from the available list. So it could be owner, contributor, reader. These are the 3 top level roles. And then essentially if you want, you can give somebody a service specific role. So let's say if I just talk about virtual machine, there could be virtual machine administrator login, there could be virtual machine contributor, there could be virtual machine user login. So these are the 3 different roles which you can have corresponding to the VM. So there are like roles which are corresponding to specific services. Within your organization, if there is a team which only takes care of the VM, they can actually be delegated this particular role. So this is how the roles can be managed. Then talking about the administrator permissions. So using Azure Active Directory, I can designate separate administrators for different functions. So administrators can be designed in the Azure Active Directory portal to perform tasks like adding or changing users, assigning the administrative roles, resetting the user passwords, or managing the user licenses, and then also managing the domain name. So there could be a global admin. The global administrator is going to have access to all the administrative features. And by default, the person who is going to be the global admin is going to be someone who is going to also sign up for the Azure subscription. So when you actually sign up for the Azure subscription, you might have not realized, but you are assigned the global administrator role for the directory when you are signing up for the subscription. Now, this does not mean that when the CNH is going to give you access to a subscription, you will be a global admin there. I said that the person who signs up for an Azure subscription is assigned the global admin. So that means having an access to the subscription does not make you the global administrator. Also, only global administrators can assign other administrator. Then let's look at how you can view the role membership within the Azure portal. So it is again via the Azure Active Directory, where you go to the Azure Active Directory, and within this you will be able to view the role membership. So I have got the roles and administrators, and here I can view the role membership. So this is something that we again recently solved. So I just skip off with this and move forward. Now there is something called as role assignment, wherein we look at the resource scope. Roles can be assigned for resources, or it could be assigned for resource groups as well. Now the resource are going to inherit the role which are assigned for its parent resource. So that means if you assign a particular role to somebody at the subscription level, let's say I give a person an access to the complete subscription, then it will be inherited down the hierarchy. So the person who is having access to subscription will have access to all the resource groups, and will also have access to all the resources that are getting created within the Azure subscription. So as an example, let's say if a user group or service is granted access to only a resource group within a subscription, they will be able to access only that resource group and resources within it. So that means if somebody is granted the particular access to this resource group, then they will only have access to this resource and this resource. That is what we mean. Can we assign multiple roles to the same person? Yes, you can assign multiple roles to the same person as well. Single person can have multiple roles. So a role assignment is created so that it can get associated with security principle corresponding to a role. And the security principle is going to define the access policy and permissions for the user application in the Azure AD TNet. So roles can be assigned to the different types of Azure AD security principles. So one is the user. So it is assigned to organizational users in the Active Directory, which is associated with the subscription, or it could be external Microsoft accounts within the same directory. Then there are groups. So the roles can be assigned to Azure Active Directory security groups. There could be a user who is automatically granted access to a resource if the user is becoming a member of the group, which has the access to that group. And the user also automatically loses the access to the resources after getting removed from the group. The best practice is to manage access through groups by assigning the roles to the but to those particular groups and then adding the users there instead of adding the roles directly to the users. And then lastly, we've got service principles. So service principles are basically the service identities within the directory. So they are going to authenticate with Azure AD and securely communicate with one another. So services can be granted access to Azure resources by assigning roles through the either Windows PowerShell or Azure Active or the Azure Portal to the Azure Active Directory service principal, which is going to represent a particular service. So, I mean, in a very layman language, if I want to tell you what service principal is, so let's say if there is a service that you're creating and that service want to leverage Azure and might want to get automatically authenticated to actually access Azure. So that is where you create a service principal corresponding to that service. And that service or your particular product or whatever it is going to use these service principles as an identity to use the Azure services. So it just act like an identity via which or a token via which you can get authenticated to leverage the Azure services. So rather than on it's somebody on behalf of the service principles that we have created in Azure, the service can be actually get utilized. So we have looked at the Azure users and groups, the role-based access control so far. So starting off with the virtual machine part, where we will be looking at all of these services. So starting with the virtual machine planning, talking about the IaaS cloud services. Now, Azure Virtual Machine is one of the several types of on-demand, scalable, and the particular computing resource which Azure is going to offer you. Now, you would want to choose from a virtual machine so that it can meet all of your requirement, and you will also prefer choosing virtual machine in case you would want to have the complete control over the computing environment in which you're going to deploy your application rather than app service or a cloud service. So that is where it is an infrastructure as a service where you get the complete access to the infrastructure resources. You can RDP into the machine and manage all of these things. Azure Virtual Machine is going to provide you the operating system, the storage, the networking capabilities, and then it will also allow you to run different wide range of the applications. Now, this is part of the infrastructure as a service offering, which is the IAAS. So IAAS is an kind of computing infrastructure wherein you can provision and manage the things over the internet. And you also get the flexibility to quickly scale up and scale down with the demand and pay only for what you essentially use. So there are a lot of business scenarios for the IAAS. So all of the things that you're seeing here are the business scenarios. If I talk about test and development,
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
so teams can quickly set up and dismantle their test and development environments. They can bring new applications to the market faster if they want. They can make it quick and economical to scale up their development and test environments up and down quickly. Then you've got the website hosting. So you can run your websites using the infrastructure as a service. Also, this can be less expensive if you compare it with the traditional on-premises hosting or the web hosting that you have. Then you've got the storage backup and recovery. Organizations might want to avoid the capital expenditure, the capital outlay that may be incurred because of the storage and the complexity that is involved with the storage management. So it would require you to also have a skilled staff so that it can the particular staff can manage the data and the also meet the legal and the compliance requirements. Now, IaaS is useful for handling the unpredictable demand. So that is where, if you want, you can go ahead with the storage, backup, and recovery operations as a part, recovery options as a part of the infrastructure as a service. It's kind of a click away, wherein you can configure your virtual machine for backup. You can configure the virtual machine for disaster recovery, high availability. So lot of options available right there. Then we have got the web applications. So IaaS also provides all the infrastructure to support the web applications, which includes the storage, it includes the web and the application servers, it includes the networking resources. So organizations will be able to quickly deploy the web applications on the infrastructure as a service, and they will be able to easily scale the infrastructure up and down whenever the demand for the applications is going to be unpredictable. Then you've got the high performance computing, also called as HPC. So this is HPC is on the supercomputers and the computer grids and the computer clusters, which are essentially going to help you to solve some of the complex problems. It could involve the things like the earthquake simulations or protein folding simulations, or let's say you might have seen the climate and weather predictions. So these are essentially very high performance computing tasks. It's easy for us to just Google and see what's the weather condition today, or how is the traffic going to be, and different sort of things that we would want to know on our day-to-day life. But essentially behind the scenes, it is a very high performance computing which is actually being utilized and leveraged. And you also get those HPC machines as a part of the Azure. Then you've got the big data analysis. So big data is a very popular term these days. For all of your massive data sets, which are going to contain the different kinds of patterns, different kind of trends, and the association of them with each other. And you would want to mine the data sets to locate or see the hidden patterns, which would require you to have the huge processing power, which this infrastructure as a service is going to provide you economically. And lastly, extending your data center. So these are, when I say lastly, it's not just these. There could be a lot of different other scenarios coming into picture. So when I say extended data center, that means you can add capacity to your data center by adding the virtual machines in Azure, rather than going ahead and incurring the cost of physically adding the hardware and getting the space for getting the physical location for placing all of that infrastructure. Rather than that, you can connect your physical network to the Azure cloud network seamlessly, leveraging different backend services. So essentially, those are the networking services that you can leverage. Then talking about the planning checklist. So this planning checklist is specifically with respect to the virtual machine creation. So this is a virtual machine creation checklist where we are going to talk about what are the specific things that you should keep in mind when you're trying to provision the virtual machine or deploy the virtual machine or create the virtual machine. So before you create a single virtual machine, you need to be sure that you are thinking about all of these points. First thing is start with the network. That means Virtual networks are used within the Azure to provide the private connectivity between the Azure virtual machines and the other Azure services. Now, this virtual network is automatically created. So one option is, if you want, you can go ahead and manually create a virtual network and use that virtual network to create a VM. Or if you don't create, by default, Azure is going to create one for you. So VMs and services that are part of the same virtual network can access one another. By default, the services outside the virtual network cannot connect to the services which are within the virtual network. Also, you can, however needed, configure the network to allow access to the external services, including your on-premises servers, using the network security group that we will be looking at a later point of time. Then, second thing that you need to take care of, the naming the VM. So it's the nomenclature of the VM. I mean, if it is just one VM or two VM, it's easy for me to kind of name it anything. I can name it IAAS 1 and IAAS 2. But assume when you are into a multi-team environment, there are multiple people working in the organizations sharing the same subscription. That is where the name of the virtual machine or the name of the resource plays an important role. So the VM name is used as the computer name, which is configured as part of the operating system. You can specify a name of up to 15 characters on a Windows VM and 64 characters on a Linux VM. So that means you should choose names that are meaningful and consistent so you can easily identify what the virtual machine does. So in terms of element, these are the elements that we should include in our name. So first is the environment. You can include development, product, or QA. So this is going to help you identify the environment for the resource. Then the location. So whether your virtual machine is getting created in US West or US East, or it's US South Central, or it's Central India, West India, South India, whatever it is. So this will help you identify the region into which the resource is getting deployed. And then essentially the instance. So if, let's say, for a particular application, I'm going to need 5 web servers, then I'm going to create 5 instances of the web servers. So I can name them as 01, 02, 03, 04, and 05. So that's how you name the instances. So for the resources that have more than one named instance, as an example, web servers, it could be database server, it could be application servers, or the web servers. Then the product or service, so it is going to help you identify the product, application, or service that the resource supports. And lastly, the role. So whether your virtual machine is being used for the SQL operation, or whether it is going to be used for the web application development or deployment, whether it's a messaging virtual machine, it will help you identify the role of the associated resource. So as an example, it could be, if you see here, I have dev, that means it is a development VM. USC means it is getting created in US South Central. Web means it's going to have a role, which is, so it's a web server and then VM and then followed by 01. That means it's the first instance. So it is representing the first development web server hosted in the US South Central location. So moving forward to the location and pricing. Now, next important point is to decide the location for the virtual machine. Now, as I told you, Azure has got data centers all over the world, which are filled with servers and disk. And these data centers are grouped into different geographical regions, so that you can also get the particular redundancy and the availability. So whenever you try to create and deploy a VM, you should be able to select a region. So Azure is going to definitely ask you to select the region where you want the resource to be allocated. So that means when I'm creating a VM and if I select the location as Central US, then the physical allocation of the resources for this particular virtual machine will be happening within the Central US data center. So this is what it means by the location. Also, this will let you allow you to place your virtual machines as close as possible to your users, so that it could help you to improve the performance and to meet any legal compliance or tax requirements. So there are 2 other things to think about regarding the location choice. One is the location can limit your available options. So it is not necessary that the virtual machine sizes which are available in Central India might also be available in Central US. So every location is going to have different hardware available, and some configurations are not available in all the regions. So that is something that you need to take care of. Then there is price difference between locations. So if your workload is not bound to a specific location, then it can be very cost effective to check your required configuration within the multiple regions so that you can find the lowest price. So that means a virtual machine of the similar configuration might have a different cost in Central US. It could be more chargeable, or maybe it would have a more cost in the Central India. So it is always a possible case. A same service will not have the same charges everywhere. So charges are also going to depend on your location. So these are the two very important points that you should take care of. Now, apart from this, the pricing also depends on so there, I mean, basically for the virtual machine, there are two kind of costs that are incurred. So these are the two different pricing options. So one is the compute cost and another is the storage cost. Pricing calculator, where we tried to choose a virtual machine and then we were looking at its price for a month. Now that is where I talked about the operating system disk cost and the overall infrastructure cost. So the infrastructure cost that I was talking about is actually the compute cost. So this is the consumption based and it could be based on the reserve instance. So the compute expenses are priced on per hour basis, but billed on a per minute basis. So this pricing that you see within the Azure is based on the per minute basis. So as an example, let's say you are only charged for 55 minutes of usage if the virtual machine is deployed for 55 minutes. Now there is one very important catch here. When I say you will be charged only for 55 minutes, that doesn't mean that I am only talking about the time when you were actually using the VM. Even if your virtual machine is running and you are not using it, that also means that the virtual machine will be charged. So it is as simple as, let's say if you go ahead with a DTH recharge, or maybe you go ahead with some particular, let's say you all might have some kind of internet plan or a particular network plan at your house. Now, not necessary that whether I'm using internet at all the times, but still I end up paying the charge because that connection is always active. And it's the same thing here. So until unless your resources are occupied for the VM, till that time, it is going to continue to charge you on a permanent basis. Now you're not charged for compute capacity if you stop and deallocate the VM, since this releases the hardware. So this is again a very important point. You will not be charged for the compute cost only if you stop the virtual machine from the Azure portal or maybe via PowerShell or via the CLI, because all the particular hardware and infrastructure which was being used for this virtual machine within the data center is deallocated. So the cost for a virtual machine includes the charge for the operating system as well. So the licensing cost of the VM is also included as a part of the compute cost. Now, second cost is the storage cost. So you are charged separately for the storage the virtual machine uses. And this particular cost will be incurred irrespective of what is your virtual machine status, whether your VM is in start mode or whether it is in running mode or whether it is in stopped mode or deallocated mode, it will be incurred. So the status of the VM has no relation to the storage charges that will be incurred. Even if the VM is stopped, deallocated, and you aren't built for the running VM, you will be charged for the storage which is being used by the disk. Now, coming back to the compute cost. So there are two kinds of compute cost. One is the consumption based. So with the consumption based option, you will be paying for the compute capacity by the second. That means it's kind of a I use and I pay. And then there is reserved virtual machine instances. So if let's say you know that I'm going to need this virtual machine for next 1 year or maybe for next 2 or 3 years, then I get an option to reserve the virtual machine instance, which is called as RI option, which is an advanced purchase of a virtual machine for 1 or 3 years in a specified region. So this is the reserved virtual machine instances that you can have. This will have a lower cost, so you will get the discount on the overall on-demand cost of the virtual machine. Talking about the virtual machine sizing, can I save a specific virtual machine configuration so that I can allocate it when I need it and release it when I don't need it? So when you say I save a specific virtual machine configuration, so Danilo, the thing is, you will have to go ahead with a predefined virtual machine configuration. So here, when you create a VM, it's not like that I will get a flexibility to choose that I want 4 virtual CPUs, I want 9 GB of RAM. It is not like that. There are predefined sizes of the VM, and you will have to select from one of the specific VM configuration or the VM size available. Now you get a flexibility to upgrade and downgrade that. So let's say tomorrow, if I'm not satisfied with that configuration and I want to move to a higher configuration, I always have that luxury to do. But given this, there is no specific need for you to save a particular configuration. So it's like there are predefined t-shirt sizes. You go and pick the t-shirt size which best fits in you. So when I say you can actually create an image, let me give you a scenario here. So it might be a possible case that within a team there are 10 people, and each of the person within the team require an access to a virtual machine which has predefined set of softwares already installed, And also the machine has some 20 to 30 GB of additional data, which these particular people will be requiring. Now, in this case, I'm not going to create 10 machines separately and then go to individual machines and then install the softwares and then dump the data manually. And that is where this image actually helps you. So what you can do, you can create one VM, dump all of your applications and your 30 GB or 20 GB, whatever it is, 20, 30 GB of data, and then create the image of that VM. And using the image, you create the other 10 VMs which are actually required by the team, so that all of those 10 VMs will have the similar configuration in terms of the application and the data which is required within the virtual machine. So this could be the common use case that you can use the image for. So talking about the virtual machine sizing. Now, virtual machine has got different particular sizes available. So once you have named and the location set, after that you will need to decide you will need to decide on the size of your VM. So rather than specifying the processing power, memory, and storage capacity independently, Azure provides different virtual machine sizes, which is going to offer you variations in terms of different elements. Like there could be different sizes available depending on the compute or the memory and the storage that you would want to choose from. Now, Azure provides a wide range of VM size options so that it allowing you to kind of select the appropriate combination of the compute or the memory or the storage so that you can kind of use it for whatever you want to or whatever you want to perform and do. Now, the best way to determine the appropriate virtual machine size is to consider what kind of workload your virtual machine needs to run. So based on the workload, you are able to choose from this particular subset of the available VM sizes that you see on the screen. And the workload options are classified into different particular types. So there is a general purpose virtual machine. So it includes your B series, DSV3 series, DV3 series. So it's complete mix of DSV2, and different other D series and A series virtual machines. So these are called as the general purpose virtual machines. And these are designed for a balanced CPU to memory ratio. So if you have a requirement of having a balanced CPU to memory ratio, you can go ahead with these machines. These are ideal for testing and development, small to medium databases or low to medium traffic web servers. So this is where you've got these particular virtual machines. There is compute optimized VM. So we have got FSV2, FS and F. So compute optimized VMs are designed to have a high CPU to memory ratio, and it is suitable for the medium traffic web servers. It is suitable for the network appliances, then batch processors and the application servers. Then there is memory optimized VM. So these are going to be designed to have a high memory to CPU ratio, wherein you can have E series VMs, the M series, and the GS series VMs, so the DS series. And these are great for relational database servers having medium to large caches, and then you can have the in-memory analytics. Apart from this, there is a storage optimized VM. So you have got LSV2 and LS virtual machines coming in there. So these are storage optimized VMs which are designed to have the high disk throughput and input output, and these are good for the virtual machines which are running the databases as well. Then I've got GPU intensive VMs. So if you want some VMs with the graphic card, a higher GPU. So GPU VMs are specialized virtual machines which are targeted for the heavy graphics, rendering, and video editing. So if you would have ever seen, whenever you try to go to purchase a particular property, you are being shown the complete view of the property. Like before it actually is built up, you can actually see the walkthrough of the complete property, like how essentially it would look. So creating those kind of videos where I just want to render a scene where a particular person is moving from block A to block B, or let's say gate A to gate B, and then there are a lot of cars shown, a lot of trees shown. Just rendering those kind of small scenes also kind of involves a large amount of processing. And that is where these VMs are ideal options for model training and inferencing with the deep learning scenarios. So that's where you have got the high performance compute machines, lastly, which are the H series VMs. So high performance compute is the fastest and the most powerful CPU VMs with giving you an option of having the optional high throughput network interfaces. So be cautious whenever you're resizing the production VMs. Because the reason being, whenever you resize the virtual machine, that means whenever you scale up the VM. So let's say if I'm currently having a DSV2 machine or any other virtual machine, and then I try to move to another size or move to a lower size, then that kind of reboots the virtual machine, and it can result into changing the IP address of your machine. Also, it could cause a temporary outage. So you should be very sure when you're trying to perform such operations. Then there is virtual machine disk. So in terms of the virtual machine disk, every virtual machine comes along with the particular operating system disk and comes along also with the temporary disk. So when I talk about the operating system disk, these are the kind of SATA drives which are by default labeled as the C drive for the Windows. And these OS disks are pre-installed. So these disks are going to have a pre-installed operating system which was selected when you do the VM creation. So let's say if I go ahead with the creation of a Windows VM, then in that case, the Windows VM size will be in that case, the operating system will by default have the Windows. Similarly, if you want to create a Linux VM, the operating system will be having the Linux OS. So it by default has the pre-installed operating system. Then apart from this, there is a temporary disk. So now temporary disk is not created with all the virtual machines, I guess. So it provides you the short-term storage wherein you're not allowed to keep any critical data on temporary disk. Now, the important point here is there will be not all machines who will be supporting the creation of the temporary disk. And this temporary disk is kind of a non-persistent storage. So that means whatever data you upload within the temporary disk is subject to loss and there is no way to recover that data. So you should keep in mind that any critical data on the temporary disk should not be capped because it may result in loss. You can also have additional disk. So there is data disk which is used to store the application data or another data. So which would involve the SCSI drives, and then it depends on your virtual machine type. And if you want to kind of extend the virtual machine disk, so by default, you will get the OS disk, which can be expanded up to 2 TB. But let's say you have a requirement where you want to have the data which is more than 2 TB. Then in that particular case, you will have to kind of go ahead with an additional disk, which is called as a data disk. Then in this particular case, you can actually go ahead and create a data disk, which will, so a single disk, data disk can have up to maximum of 4 TB of storage. And that is where you can create multiple data disks, which is again supported depending on what particular virtual machine size do you have. So you can add additional data disks to increase the further storage of your virtual machine. Talking about the different storage options. So in terms of the storage options, there is Azure Premium Storage, which delivers you the high performance, low latency disk support for the virtual machines with the input-output intensive workloads. The virtual machine disk is going to use the premium storage, wherein it can store the data on solid state drives. So you can either have an SSD or you can have an HDD. HDD are by default baked by the magnetic disk drives, and SSD are the solid state drives. So these are kind of supported by the ultra performance and kind of low latency disk support. So if you want to take the advantage of the speed and performance of the premium storage disk, you will be able to migrate existing VM disk to the premium storage. Now within Azure, you have got an option to attach different types of disk, and that is where you can use the multiple disks given your application might need data up to 256 terabyte of storage per virtual machine, and that is where you can go ahead with these different kind of storage options. Now there are two types of disk. One is unmanaged and managed. So the recommendation is to use the unmanaged disk because the recommendation is to use the managed disk because everything here is maintained by Azure. If I talk about the unmanaged disk, it will require you to manage the storage account as well as the virtual hard disk. Now the VHD files are stored as page blobs within the Azure storage account. So when I say VHD files, that means you might want to upload your own VHDs to Azure and use them as the Azure VM disk. So for that, you will have to leverage the Azure storage account, wherein you can use the Azure storage. Within the Azure storage, there are different kinds of storage available. So you will have to use the blob storage, which is the storage for binary and the textual data. We will be talking about the Azure storage in depth when I'll move to that module. But for now, just to make you understand, you've got the blob storage, which is more of like an object storage, where you can go ahead and upload the VHD files as the page blobs. Now, managed disks are maintained by the Azure, so you don't have to perform any operation there. You can think it in terms of like a physical disk, wherein it's a particular physical disk in an on-premise server and is virtualized. So Azure managed disks are stored as the page blobs, which are random IO storage object in Azure. And you can call a managed disk managed, reason being it is an abstraction over the page blob. So kind of abstraction over the page blob, the blob containers, and the Azure storage account. So with the managed disk, all you have to do is provision the disk, and then Azure is going to take care of the rest of the things. So whenever you select to use the Azure managed disk with your over workloads, you will be able to use the Azure managed disk, and Azure is going to create and manage the disk for you. So there are different kinds of disk options available. One is the ultra solid state drive, which is the SSD. Then there is premium SSD, there is standard SSD, and then there are standard hard disk drives, which are kind of normal HDDs that you use, or the standard HDDs. So these are the different storage options that you have right there. Then talking about the supported operating system that the Azure offers you. So Azure provides you the wide variety of the softwares available, and also apart from this, there are a wide variety of OS images that you can install into the VM, which will include different versions of Windows, different flavors of Linux. So the choice of OS is going to impact your hourly compute pricing, because Azure is going to also include the cost of the operating system license into the price. So given this, if you're using Windows machine, the licensing cost may be higher. If you're using Linux, the licensing cost may be low. So if I talk about the Windows servers, it includes the license for different common products, which would include the Windows Server, the Microsoft Exchange, the SQL Server, and the SharePoint Server. Microsoft does not support an upgrade of the Windows OS, so it doesn't support the upgrade of the Windows operating system of a Microsoft Azure virtual machine. Instead, you should create a new virtual machine which is running the supported versions of the operating system which is required, and then migrate the workload. If I talk about the Linux distributions, it supports many Linux distributions and versions, including the CentOS by OpenLogic, CoreOS, Debian, Oracle, Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and Ubuntu. The Linux and those distributions supports the upgrade of the operating system of a Microsoft Azure virtual machine in case of a full open source license. So if licensed Linux distribution is used, then you can also kind of follow the different specific rules to upgrade to that using the specific partner documents corresponding to whichever OS you are using. So this was more on the overall theoretical part of the virtual machine, where what are the things that you should keep in mind with respect to creating the virtual machine. So far we have looked at IaaS cloud services, the planning checklist, the location and pricing, the virtual machine sizing, the virtual machine disk, the storage options, and then the supported operating systems. Let's now look at creating the virtual machine. What are the things that we are going to look at it here? So we are going to look at creating virtual machines in the Azure portal. We are going to look at Windows virtual machines, the Windows VM connections, the Linux virtual machines, and the Linux VM connections. So creating the virtual machines within the Azure portal. So there are a few specific details that will be required. So there are server and client platforms available. So you select one of the particular image that you would want to create. In the basic requirements, you will give the project details, the administrative account, the inbound port rule. So this will allow you to kind of do an RDP to the corresponding port onto the machine. Then you give the disk. So by default, it is going to create an OS disk, and if you want, you can create additional data disk. Then the networking, so virtual networks and load balancing can be taken care of. Management, where monitoring and auto shutdown and the backup can be taken care of. And then the guest config, where you can add additional configuration agents and the scripts or the applications. Now talking about the Windows virtual machines specifically. So Windows Server is the operating system that bridges the on-premises environments with the Azure services, where it enables you to have the hybrid scenarios and maximize the overall kind of flexibility of creating the resources. So it's kind of a unique hybrid capabilities, where with Azure you can have the extension of your data center and maximize your overall Azure hybrid benefits. Then in terms of advanced multi-layer security, so that it can help you elevate your security posture. Given this, you can actually have different security features in place for the virtual machine, wherein there is a network security group created where I can define the inbound and outbound rules, where the ports can be enabled or blocked corresponding to a particular given rule. So that's where the advanced multi-layer security allows you to elevate your security posture. Then faster innovation for applications, enabling developers and IT pros to create new and modernize their applications. So it also enables you to quickly deploy the applications, because you don't have to wait for the infrastructure. Assume if you don't have the given infrastructure and you want to get that infrastructure on premises, I think you would all understand the pain, how long it takes for a particular hardware to get procured within your organization. And if it is a very large organization, the process where the approvals have to go through different cycles, then I mean, you can imagine it might even take almost a month to get that particular hardware. So that is where it helps you to kind of have the faster innovation for applications, enabling the developers and IT professionals to create new and modernize their applications. Then unprecedented hyper-converged infrastructure. That means all of the infrastructure, the data center infrastructure that you see is software-based, which is easy to scale. So there are different terms of use as well when you create the Windows virtual machine. So your use of the Windows Server images from the Azure Marketplace virtual machine gallery is going to be provided to you, wherein you can use these with the virtual machine instances within your Azure subscription. And all of it is governed by the online service terms which the Azure offers you. So the virtual machine instances are limited for use within the Azure only. There are different virtual machine sizes that you get. So you have got Windows Server 2019 data center editions with container, server core, server with desktop experience, or server core with containers. So there are different flavors of virtual machines available. There are also large number of Windows Server 2016, Windows Server 2012 images available as well. In terms of Windows VM connections, how do you essentially connect to the Windows VM? So if you want to manage an Azure Windows VM, you can use the
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Similar tools that we use on our on-premises systems to do the deployment or deploy it. So one is the remote desktop protocol, where I can enable the RDP onto the machine, which is going to create a GUI session and accept inbound traffic on TCP port, which is 3389. And then there is Azure PowerShell, via which I can again download the RDP file. So I say get-az remote desktop file. Commandlet will provide the same functionality. It will download a RDP file of the virtual machine to my local machine, and then I can use it to connect to the virtual machine. Now, important point here is for Windows machine, you will have to make sure that you are enabling the port 3389 if you want to connect to the VM from your network via the public IP, because your virtual machine gets connected on RDP, and RDP's port on Windows is 3389. Okay, then I'll talk a bit about Linux virtual machines as well. Like we talked about the Windows virtual machine, the different options available. There is also Linux virtual machine that we will be creating. Now, given the Linux virtual machine, within the Linux virtual machine, Azure supports many Linux distributions and versions, which includes the CentOS by OpenLogic, or CoreOS, or the Debian, or the Oracle Linux, or the Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and Ubuntu. There are hundreds of Linux images within the Azure Marketplace, which are all community built images. Linux has the same deployment options as for the Windows VM, and you can manage the Linux VMs with different popular open source DevOps tools such as Puppet and Chef. So if there is somebody here from the DevOps background, you might want to use Puppet and Chef to automate the kind of overall tasks that that are available. Given this, you will be able to connect to the Linux virtual machines. Now, to connect on the Linux virtual machine, the port is different. You don't use the same port, which is 3389, because the Linux virtual machines connects on the SSH. So you will have to authenticate with the SSH public key or password. Now, there is a difference with respect to how you connect the Linux VM and how you connect the Windows VM. So with Windows VM, you only get a password-based method to authenticate and connect to the VM. And with the Linux virtual machine, you get both the options, SSH public key as well as the password. Now, apart from this, when I say you can connect with the password as well as the SSH with the SSH key, then the password method is exactly similar to how the Windows virtual machine works, but when it comes to SSH, it gives you the more security. So with SSH, the connection is more encrypted, and you have to generate a private and a public key pair, and you authenticate that with the SSH public key and private key pair whenever you want to log into the machine. So what is this SSH? So it is an encrypted connection protocol which will allow the secure sign-in over the unsecured connection, and SSH is the default connection protocol for the Linux VMs, which are hosted within the Azure. Although this SSH itself provides you an encrypted connection, but if you're using password with SSH connection, then it may leave the VM vulnerable. So that is where we allow you and give you an option to generate the private and public key pair, so that it's more secure for you and not everybody will be able to log into your virtual machine. So the public key is placed on your Linux virtual machine or any other service that you wish to use with the public key cryptography, and the private key remains on your local system. So that means within this section, I will see I will get this particular UI within the Azure portal. So I'm going to put the public key here within the Azure portal, and the private key will remain on my local machine or the local system. So I will have to protect this private key. I don't I should not essentially share this. And whenever I want to sign into the machine, I will be actually using this private key to sign. So this saves you and protects you more on the security front. Now, whenever you use an SSH client to connect to your Linux virtual machine, the remote virtual machine will test the client to make sure that it has the private key. And only if the client has the private key, it is going to grant the access to the virtual machine. Now, depending on your organization's security policy, you can reuse a single public and private key pair to access the multiple Azure VMs and the services. And you do not need a separate pair of keys for each VM or service you wish to access. So with a single key pair as well, you will be able to kind of use it with the multiple virtual machines. So your public key can be shared with anyone, but only you should have the private key. And Azure currently requires at least 204-bit key length and the SSH RSA format for your public and the private keys as well. So another offering that Azure offers you is basically the Cosmos DB offering, wherein it's basically a globally distributed database in terms of one of the database offerings that Azure offers you. So with this, it is basically a part of the serverless architecture. And when I say serverless architecture, basically a lot of different services comes in there. Now, basically the Cosmos DB database is going to also provide you the service which is going to be native to the Azure. So that means it is only going to focus on providing you the high performance database wherein you need not worry about the selected API or the data model. So whether you are like open or you are more closer to SQL or MongoDB or Table API, or whether it is Gremlin or whether it is JS or Cassandra, you can actually use any of these particular APIs that has integration with the Cosmos DB. Apart from it, there are different core functionalities. So there is global replication, wherein Azure Cosmos DB is having a feature which is referred to as the turnkey global distribution. So this turnkey global distribution will automatically replicate your data to the other Azure data centers, which are across the globe, without you having a need to manually write the code, as well as you building a application infrastructure. So that's where Azure provides you that level of consistency where you can have a distributed database that can fall into different categories. So database which would offer you the well-defined or provable consistency choices across different set of programmable services. Apart from it, Azure Cosmos DB is also going to give you different 5 consistency levels. So there is a strong consistency, there is a bounded stateless consistency, then there is session, there is consistent prefix, there are eventual consistencies. A lot of different types of consistency with the Azure Cosmos DB is going to provide you. So let's look at quickly how you can use the Azure Cosmos DB to leverage all of those particular services and how it can be provisioned within the Azure. So to start with the Azure Cosmos DB, first thing that you will need is to create an Azure Cosmos account. So you're going to create a resource and then search for Cosmos DB here. Basically, this is the Azure Cosmos DB that I'm going to go with. So I start by selecting the subscription. So basically, I have my subscription set. I will create a new resource group and name it as Ayush Cosmos DB. Then I'm going to enter the account name. So basically, this is going to be my Cosmos DB account, wherein it will generate a URL. So this should be unique. So I'll just name it as Ayush 9 December. And it's going to create a URL like documents.azure.com. So basically, it's not showing you, but basically it will be generating a particular URL, which is Ayush 9december.documents.azure.com. Now you've got different APIs. So as I told you, you need not to worry about your underlying infrastructure. If you're comfortable with any of these databases, you can go ahead and use the Cosmos DB. It's going to allow you to run your queries corresponding to these particular database services. I'll go ahead with Central US. For now, I am not enabling any of these features. If you want, you can enable the multi-region write. So basically, it's a functionality where it performs a multi-region write currently available across all the new accounts, and also gives you some kind of discount when you go ahead with the multi-region writes. So I'll just review and create here. So basically, let me move on to the networking as well. So it's going to give you the public endpoint. So you'll skip the networking and tags and directly move on to the review and create the Cosmos DB account. So once the account is created, we will be able to add the database and the container. So I'm going to use the Data Explorer within the Azure. So the deployment has got succeeded. I'll just pin it to dashboard. This is the Cosmos DB account that has been created. Now within the Cosmos DB account, I am going to first of all start with the Data Explorer. So I've got a Data Explorer here. So we can go to the Data Explorer, and then within that, we can start with adding a container. So I will add a new container here. I'll create new. So I'll just type the name as Ayush task. So it could be anything. I mean, maybe your to-do list or something like that. Throughput, I will keep to default. So basically the read and write operations of the request units per second. And then I'm going to give a container ID. So let's say I'll give it as items. And in the partition key, we will give as /category. Basically, it should have a container ID and a partition key. And I will just click on create to create the container. So you've given the database ID, then we have given the throughput. So basically, it's going to be the request units per second. And we have given the container ID. So it should have the same character requirements as the database name. And then lastly, the partition key, which is the where we have defined a sample, which is going to be described by the /category as the partition key. Now, once my database is set, I'm going to add the data to my database. So within the data explorer, I can go to the items. Within the items, I will have this items available with me. So in this, I can add items. We'll create a new item here. So basically, since it is a NoSQL store or a NoSQL database, I'm going to have this document kind of a stuff. So basically, I'll give the ID. I'm going to give the category as, let's say, personal. Then I will give the name as tech. I'll give the description. So let's give the description as get the iPhone cable fixed. And then whether the task is complete or not. So I have another key value pair, which is complete, and I'll name it as false. So basically, this is one document. I'm going to click on save. Okay, the save is grayed out. Okay, I see the mistake here. I have not segregated them with the comma separated values. And there we go. I can now go ahead and save this. So it has got saved. Similarly, I will create one more item. Basically, we'll change the ID to 2. We'll keep the category again as personal. So in the name, maybe I can change it to, let's say, food or maybe groceries. Get the fruits from market. And then again, it's complete. We'll keep it as false and I'll save this. So basically, I've got my data populated. One is personal. Again, I've got another category which is personal. Now, if I wanted, I can change this category to business or something like that. I can go ahead and edit the document and then just click on save to update the document. Let's say I'll make this as maybe something like home. Update the document. Okay, since it already has an entry, it's not. Okay, I'll create another entry here. Let's add another item. We'll make it as 3. This time I'll change it to business. Tech 1, get the iPhone X cable repaired this time. And there we go. And I'll save this. So you see, I've got 3 different items where, because I'm segregating it by category. So we did enter the category as the partition key. So basically, it's going to partition based on these keys within this particular NoSQL store. So I can edit the filter. Basically, you see, select the start from C, wherein I can say, where let's say C.id equal to foo order by C.tc. So you will say, this will change this particular order here. As soon as I apply the filter, the business comes at the top, and then okay, let's edit the filter and just see, change it to order by descending. And you see the business comes at the top and other 2 categories goes at the bottom. So basically, I am able to run all the set of my SQL queries over here without actually worrying about the underlying infrastructure or the underlying document or what kind of document these are. I am able to run all of my existing queries within this. So let's say if you're familiar with SQL, you can enter any supported SQL queries within the query box. Basically, the query predicate box is what it is called. And if you want, you can also go ahead with the data explorer to create your stored procedures or your triggers for the server-side business logics as well. So that's how you can leverage the Cosmos DB with any kind of particular database that you want. You can use your set of APIs when you create this particular DB. It asks you for a corresponding API corresponding to your particular database. And once you have your Cosmos DB account set up based on your choice of core SQL API or maybe Gremlin or GraphDB or Cassandra or MongoDB, so whatever you are more comfortable with. So this is how the Cosmos DB works within the Azure. So let's start with the machine learning part of it. So we'll discuss a few things about the data science and then start with the machine learning as well. So basically, both of these things go hand in hand. So starting with the data science use cases, how you can go ahead and leverage the stuff related to the data science within the Azure and how the things work within the Azure corresponding to the data science and different other things. So starting with it, talking about what the data science is. So basically a term which has become popular over the recent years, wherein you see the kind of data that has been increased, and with the influx of the data in all the different areas of the business. Data science is more about getting all of your valuable insights from different information or maybe answering questions by analyzing large amount of data where you use your statistical methods or you use your computing power or automation. So that's where one of the core concepts behind the data science is using your historical data to predict the future. And that is where the data science and machine learning go hand in hand. So to do this, you would use the data values you would know to predict something you would not know. So basically, this will require you to have your own historical data that has got both the outcome that you want to predict and then other data that would correlate to your outcome. So as an example, assume if you want to predict the likelihood of a person wherein whether the likelihood of a person will default on a loan or maybe is based on a prior history of the loans which have been repaid or maybe that were defaulted with the related data. It could be you could kind of get the likelihood of a person depending upon related data, like you could see the person's income, you could see his employment status, you could see his credit rating. So all of these particular factors will essentially help you to define a particular model which can help you to predict the loan default. So whether a particular person should be given a loan or not, you could get that likelihood of a person by looking at different other factors. Another example where I talk about would include you predicting whether a technology problem is going to occur, and you try to understand the patterns and types of the product that the customers are buying. So as you can see currently, the type of questions that can be answered through data science can vary greatly, and that is where data science is mostly based on the probability. So along with getting predicted outcomes, also the estimated probability of the outcome is very critically considered. So often, whenever you're looking at business which is looking to get an answer corresponding to a data-driven question, there will be a set of predefined steps which will be followed, and those predefined set of steps basically are called as the data science processes. So, in terms of a data science process, if I talk about, it's going to include multiple factors. So there is going to be an exploratory data analysis, which you call as the EDA. So it is easy to get lost within this particular process because there are often different components which would be involved at each step. And every particular person or every particular organization may have defined their own process given what is more important to them. Basically, the process will stay the same regardless of what type of problem you are trying to solve, but then basically it could have different kinds of steps depending on your organization and your interest. So as an example, assume let's say you work for a company which is going to sell variety of products, which could range from let's say clothes to groceries to cleaning products to whatnot, your day-to-day essentials. Now, let's say management is noticing that they were running out of the brooms or maybe any other product before the end of the each month, and they want to solve this particular problem. So they decide to particularly build a solution, hire some guys, and then look at what they can do better to understand what essentially is missing. So first thing that comes within the data science business processes is the business understanding. So the company loses sales because the inventory is exhausted. So that is where can they stock the shelves ahead of the time with the correct inventory. So now this is where can you predict this particular thing. So in any problem solving method, the problem should be first identified. So whether it could be in the form of question or it could be in the form of a statement. And there is always a general business understanding that will always motivate the data science process within each situation. So in the example that you are talking, your company would understand that they could be selling more brooms if they're able to know like how many particularly brooms are going to be expected to sell within the month. And accordingly, they will be able to stock the shelves depending on how many brooms are sold. So first thing is they need to understand the business. They now understand that, okay, brooms are running out, but do they know what is essentially the number of sales that the people are making corresponding to that particular product? So once they know, they will be able to kind of refill the inventory before it stocks out. Then second is the data understanding and the data preparation. So data understanding comes from the process of acquiring and exploring the available data. So this step is basically going to involve getting and preparing the data to be used within the model training. So if you want to train the model, it will be important to understand the data first of all. And that's where the data scientists start by performing the exploratory data analysis, which is called as the EDA, to better understand the overall data which they're working with, as well as which particular data elements is going to drive the outcome that they want to predict. So basically with this particular understanding, they would be able to proceed to clean the data and also extract the particular feature which will be required for the modeling of that particular data. So that's actually true because first thing is you need to understand the business. Also, if there is any new person who is coming to your organization and is joining your team, for him also the base important thing is to understand the business. Until and unless a teammate or a team member or your people within the organization does not have the business understanding, it's going to be very difficult for them to create a solution or get the right data or maybe get the right analysis. So understanding the business is very important. Now assume if you are not understanding the business, maybe you would assume your own set of things, and based on that you would come to a conclusion which could be wrong because you did not understand the business properly and you did not understand the data properly. So that's where right time it's very necessary to understand the business and the data. Until unless you don't have the understanding of these two things, going forward it's going to make a problem, because until unless you reach the state of the modeling or evaluation, that is where your all of the conclusions corresponding to the data that you have got will be mismatched. So your company gives the data to the data science team, and then the data engineers are going to clean, and then they are going to prepare the data so that it will be ready for the modeling process. So that is where this exploratory data analysis is going to help you to learn about the overall relationship among the data elements, which are going to help you to determine which data or basically which feature will be needed to train the model. So as an example, what do the people most frequently buy with brooms? Could be another thing. You might have noticed in today's date, if you go to any in-person store, like you go to your Walmart stores, you go to Target, you go to maybe you go to Big Bazaars in India, or it could be any different kind of store which are selling the products. You might have noticed when you go to the billing counter, they have placed products in such a way that while you are standing in the queue, you would be kind of rushing towards those products. You would be continuously having an eye on it, and then eventually you would particularly pick one of the products. So that is how the companies and these particular people do the data analysis and then try to see what is the frequently bought product. You would normally see whenever there are breads kept, along with the breads, they would do a placement of the butter, because they know when a person is buying bread, he would also want to get the butter along with it. They make the overall placement of the products within their store in such a way that a person might come to buy one single product, but while the by the time he leaves the store, he would also have purchased another 9 products along with him. So that's where, if you know the data, if you have prepared the data well, you will be able to kind of get more business out of it, meet the customer demands. So that is where we talked about the data understanding and the data preparation. Now, after that comes the modeling. So when it comes to modeling, within the modeling step, there is going to be cycle of steps which is going to occur to improve your overall result. So this cycle will be explained wherein we'll talk about the different other aspect of the data science. So modeling is basically going to consist of several techniques. But usually one cycle iteration will not be enough to produce the good results. So this is where you would also invest another time, wherein a lot of times you would want to reiterate, because there might be maybe once you've designed a model, you might again draw some data, and based on the data you might make some kind of conclusion, and then again you would want to reiterate through the process by making some another assumptions and then another conclusions. So you can use the data which is available and then move into the modeling, and again do the feature engineering corresponding to it. So for this type of portion where there are many different numerical variables, you can try a kind of a time series model and evaluate its overall performance. Then comes the evaluation and the deployment altogether. So in terms of the deployment, if you look at, there is evaluation and there is deployment. So again, it is going to be, so deployment is something that is usually left on to the developers, wherein it is going to consist of integrating the solution into the business to solve your original problem. So again, for your company, the deployment would mean using the prediction of broom sales to properly stock the shelves. So in the example that we talked about, where, okay, the brooms are going out of the stock. So that means we have to predict the broom sales to properly stock the shelves. So basically, this is a solution that the developer is going to deploy, wherein he will predict what is going to be the broom sales within this coming month. And based on that, he will do a pre-stocking of the brooms within the shelves. So basically, if you look at it, this particular complete process, it's a data-driven process which starts with a question. So the question was, by the end of the month, my brooms are going out of stock. Now, what could be done to actually make sure that brooms are not going out of the stock? So that's where the data acquisition, the understanding has drive this particular model, and the steps a particular data scientist would usually focus on will be the data understanding and the data modeling. So which is where the results are going to be produced. So as Tim said, wherein the business, as the Jim said, the business understanding and the data understanding are where the most of the times they are spending, because this is where they will get the result which are produced on the first slot. And then again, when it comes to modeling, the result will be produced on the second slot. So these are the two different areas where the output are being produced. And after this, the developer is going to implement the overall result to test the performance. Now, talking about the model training cycle. So basically, what is the machine learning modeling? So machine learning modeling is where the thought of basically you can think in terms of a thought wherein a particular person or a particular group of people will think of a particular role wherein it is going to be a procedure which is going to take the place within the data science process. So in this particular phase, the data scientist can use the EDA process. It could use the feature engineering. It could use the modeling to give a probabilistic outcome based on the data that he has. So if you look at this cycle, the modeling step is often a cycle of your data understanding, which could go ahead with the feature engineering. Then there's going to be modeling. There's going to be model evaluation. So each of these steps within the modeling cycle can take a significant amount of time. And a common problem is that the modeling within the data science. So there is a misconception that the modeling basically is data science. That is what people get confused with. So modeling is not the data science. It's the each component of the process which are very important in the complete process. It's not just the creation of the model, or it's not just this modeling. It's basically the complete set of different scenarios or different components that you see here makes your overall process. So let's look at what EDA is. So EDA can be extremely useful a step wherein there are different techniques which can be used to explain what is going on with the data, and that is where the exploratory data analysis comes into picture. So Avan, this part of the cycle is going to give you different insights into what needs to be done during the feature engineering or modeling to produce the best results. And depending on the type of data, there could be different techniques which can be used. There could be few common visualization techniques. There could be histograms. There could be distribution plots. There could be box plots. There could be heat maps that you can create to understand the data. After the exploratory data analysis, then comes the feature engineering part. So in terms of the feature engineering, it is basically the large part of your modeling procedure. So you can create the features which is going to use the data which are available often, and it is going to go hand in hand with the EDA process, which is your exploratory data analysis. Because whenever a particular feature is going to be created, so whenever a feature is created, it is important to understand and see how it is going to be related with the rest of the data. And therefore, it is common to move in between the EDA and the feature engineering. So some techniques which are used within the feature engineering are moving your averages and different types of aggregations. So moving average is the change in average for a specific constant time interval. Similarly, aggregation will be combination of different data based on the different kinds of another features. So some examples of aggregation could be like you do sum, you do average, you take the count, you take the max, you take the min, maybe equal. So a lot of different aggregations are there. And after the feature engineering comes the modeling. So what is the model basically? So model is nothing but it's just algorithm which is going to learn the information about the data, and with that it is going to provide you a probabilistic prediction. So when you're creating a model, it is basically it is that portion of the cycle which is going to get most recognition. So as I told you, I mean, it's not just modeling, but yes, it is a particular part of the cycle where you are going to focus the most. Deep understanding of statistics is very valuable in the modeling. So basically, it also has to do a lot of things with your mathematical calculations, having your discrete values. So basically, there are a few different types of algorithms which can be used based on what you are predicting. So it could be classification, it could be your continuous value prediction. So basically, classification algorithm is going to predict the discrete values, and the continuous value prediction algorithm is going to predict your continuous values. So as an example, I mean, to clarify or to classify something, the only options are the models which are going to be based on that particular assumption. There are computational strategies as well, like the Jim says. So basically, all of it are the part of your prediction and then the classification. So if you want to classify something, the only option are the models which are going to be based on that particular assumption. Similarly, some examples of your classification models would be logistic regression. There could be random forest classifier. So the outcome that is predicted by a classification model is going to be infinite. Is going to be finite, while it must be one of a predefined set of values. While if I talk about the continuous values, these are going to be numeric and it can take on an infinite number of possible values. So assume as an example in the theory wherein if I want to talk about total goods sold is going to be infinite and it is going to include a decimal portion as well. But in reality, there are factors which will constrain the range of value of such as particularly the number of goods that I'm talking about. So how many goods are produced, how many brooms are produced in our use case, how many number of customers are there who are going to buy that particular product. And all of it is still going to be considered as continuous because there is going to be continuous supply chain, whereas there is a producer, there is a consumer, and both of these things are going to go hand in hand. Okay, so moving forward, and then moving on to the model evaluation. So basically, evaluation of the model is going to allow us to overall see how and where the model is doing well or where it is failing, and that is where it will help you to find the best model for your data. So there are a few different methods which are very useful. It depends on the type of predictive algorithm that you are using. So if you have a classifier model, it is very important for you to use a confusion matrix wherein you can identify the misclassification using the precision or the accuracy. If you're predicting the numerical values, you can use the evaluation matrix. It could be something like mean squared error, wherein you can see on the average of how far the predicted values are away from the true values. So that's where you can use the mean squared error, where you will get the difference between the predicted value and the actual average corresponding to the true values. So basically, we looked at how you can have the task within the model and how the cycle is going to be created. So cycle always is going to begin with the EDA, where you do the exploratory data analysis, and the moment from where the data is going to vary depending on how you collect the data. And one of the common thing to iterate here is via the multiple cycles before. So you're going to go through the multiple cycles before you get satisfied with the particular result. And end of the cycle, there would be different other question that would arise, creating another opportunity. So basically, I mean, if you look at it, it's basically a process where you have a particular question or you have a particular problem to solve. And by the time you reach the solution, you may end up discovering few other problems or few other questions may arise for which you may want to start another process. So basically, it's kind of a ongoing process which will help you to achieve the quality, which will help you to understand different particular use cases. So you can choose a use case wherein data science process is basically going to allow you to choose a particular use case, and this step will be referred to as the business understanding, because it is where the business is going to be defined and your objectives corresponding to the business will be defined, and also your business problems will be defined. So together, the data science team as well as the company, wherein you have your stakeholders, where you have your employees, can set the goals and targets for your project. And this is basically the part of identifying the overall scope of the project. So that's where you identify.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
The problem, then you define the particular project goals, and lastly, you identify the data sources. So that is where you choose a use case where you allow the data scientists and their team to work with their company or the client to define the overall objectives for the project, wherein you gain the business understanding, wherein it is going to encompass your overall identification of the problem, and then corresponding to it, there would be questions and what particularly you're solving using the project. So this particular part of the data science process is going to help all the people on the data science team to understand their specific role within the project, as well as to identify the measure for the success of that particular project. So each of you will have your different set of capabilities in terms of how you are dealing with the data science processes. So talking about the data preparation. So this is basically data preparation, which is going to fall into a particular role wherein mostly the data engineers or the data scientists are going to look at it. So basically a broad term which is going to majorly encompass the stage which is going to be involved in getting the data. And then once the data is ready for the modeling, you can then process your overall other layers of the services on top of it. So most of the data preparation by making the data accessible and cleaning the overall data is done by the data engineers. And most of the data scientists wouldn't kind of require to have a large amount of data cleansing, but most of it is done by the data engineers as well. Then after the data preparation also comes the data cleansing. So in terms of the data cleansing, generally the kind of cleansing is going to be involved wherein you would either have the null or absent values. So data that has been cut off by a data engineer would not have much cleansing left. And that is where you could have, as an example considered, you could have one null value within the place of an item price for different set of particular products that you would have within the store. So lot of different cases would involve to you to have the data cleansing task performed. Well, after the data cleansing comes your exploratory data analysis as well within this. So basically this part of process is crucial again because of the information which you are going to get during the exploratory data analysis. So it is going to allow you for the investigation wherein what is happening within the data, is something that you will come to know. And also you will be able to discover some of the hidden patterns within the data, which will help you to create new questions and query regarding the data, as well as whether you should go ahead with rejecting it or accepting the data. After that, we have got feature engineering. So you can create features, which is often the important part, or I would say the initial part of the process within the modeling procedure. So feature engineering will allow you to get the new features from your original data using the different methods. This technique will also help you to improve your overall model results and then help you to identify the patterns within the data, which you may not have been visible or you may not have been able to see with the original data sets. Now, apart from it, there could be different kinds of extracting of the data that you would be going to perform. After that, you've got model training where you can finally use the data to get a particular prediction. So this process is going to never look the same because it is unique to the data which is available. So for every different kind of query or question, you might end up getting a different kind of data. So you would not always have the same kind of model training for all of the data that you have, because depending on the kind of data, your model training is going to change. So first thing is you need to select the model. So there are different types of models available. As I told you, not all of them will be suitable for the outcome or the result that you would want to predict. And that is where it will be very critical for you to identify that whether you should try to get a numerical or whether you should try to get a classification prediction. Now, once you have decided which particular model to go ahead with, you can try to predict the number of let's say the example that we considered, you can try to predict the overall number of brooms that you are going to sell each month. And based on that, you pick a particular model of, let's say you go ahead with an model which is based on auto regression or basically auto regressing your overall integrated moving of the average. So basically there is a model called as ARIMA. So there are different models when it's come to the model training. Again, those will be out of a scope of this particular course that we are dealing with. But basically when it comes to data science and the machine learning, there are different kinds of model that you can train upon. And once you have the model training and model selection done, you have to split the data. So there is also the splitting of the data that comes into picture. So whenever you're training a model, you would want to split the data into your training and the testing sets so that you don't have to train your model on all the data. And that is where you will need a particular way to test the performance of the model, which is going to split the data into training and the testing sets, which are going to permit you to allow the data to be segregated. So basically all of these things within the Azure are mostly automated, where you will be able to create a complete data pipeline. And then using that pipeline, you will be able to kind of leverage the services where you can import the data, you can prepare the data, you can train a machine learning model. And lastly, you will be able to evaluate the machine learning model result as well. So all of these things can be done basically within the Azure Designer that you will be able to leverage within the Azure Machine Learning. So there is Azure Machine Learning Studio, basically called as the Designer. So also when it comes to the Azure Machine Learning, there are two different aspects of it. There was one old portal for the machine learning, which is now being deprecated. And that's where a new preview portal is currently available, which is the ml.azure.com portal that we will be dealing with, where we will be training the regression model using all of the UI based components. So we were talking about the splitting of the data. So for that, Azure is going to help you out with splitting the data, where you are going to split the data, generate the model depending on how you train the data. Then you have got a scoring data with respect to your answers, where you use the predictive model. And then based on the scoring data answers and the predicted answers, you are going to create the score model, where you would get the right set of percentage or right set of answer corresponding to your overall query. So this is how you see, this is what I was talking about in terms of model training steps, where you're going to split the data. Once you split the data, you're going to generate the model, test the model, and then score the model. So basically, this is how overall it works. Again, I mean, once you are done with the model evaluation, you're going to get the evaluation results, which you can use. So again, this part of process is going to use the result from the model to see how well the overall model did in predicting the outcome, which is basically referred sometime as Y. So there are basically two terms, X and Y. And so your outcome is basically Y, and X is basically the input that you gave to the particular problem. So there's a confusion matrix, which is going to include the following data. As you can see, there could be true positive, there could be true negative, similarly false negative and false positive. So true positive is where the number of times a model predicts true when it is actually yes. Similarly, true negative is where the number of times a model is going to predict false when it is actually false. Now, I mean, as an example of true negative, assume if I say a particular male getting pregnant. So that is going to be true negative, because always the number of times a model is going to predict false, it will actually be false. Similarly, there could be number of times a model predicts false when it is actually true. Similarly, the number of times a model is going to predict true when it is actually false. So again, I mean, depending on the use cases, these particular things are going to get varied. Then moving on to the model training versus the overall model use. So again, I mean, depending on your particular model of the deployment. So basically, model deployment is usually not a part of your data science role, but then it can involve different things wherein you might want to depend on how the business is looking at to implement the overall model. So that's where you've got model training versus the model use and how you can differentiate between the two. So in terms of model training versus the model use, so model training is often the resource intensive process where you are going to involve a lot of CPU cycles and memory because it involves the overall training where you have to run through multiple iterations. And then the end result of the model training is a small lightweight program, which is going to be called a model. So using a model usually is going to take you significantly less resources than training the model. Similarly, the bottom line is where that we don't need to use the same platform for consuming the model that you have used to train the model. Then there is model deployment. So you put the trained model somewhere where it can be used. It could be your web, it could be a mobile application. So basically, it's going to be done by the developer. And there will be deployment which will be required depending on different model training requirements. It could be security, it could be dependencies, it could be availability. And both of it is going to be ideal for the cloud-based containers. When talking about choosing the Azure Data Science service or basically the machine learning services, which will be going to help you. So that's where we will be looking at different machine learning options on Azure. There are data science virtual machines. There is Azure Machine Learning Studio. There is SQL Server Machine Learning Server. We have got a Spark on HDInsight. There is Azure Databricks. There is Azure Machine Learning. So there's a lot of different services that Azure offers you. So different machine learning options on Azure. So let's talk about what are these. So there is Azure Machine Learning Service. So basically, it's a managed cloud service for your machine learning, where you can train, you can deploy and manage your models in Azure using the Python. You can use the Azure CLI as well as you can use the Azure Portal. Then there is Azure Machine Learning Studio. So as a part of the hands-on, we will be looking at the Azure Machine Learning Studio, wherein you will be able to drag and drop visual interface for the machine learning. So it's basically a drag and drop interface for the machine learning, which we will be using to build an experiment and deploy the models using the pre-configured algorithms. So it's ideal for learning about the machine learning and to get kick started with how you can leverage the machine learning without you having to perform the manual task. Azure will take care of all of it. It's just basically the kind of a drag and drop visual interface that Azure is going to provide us, and that is what we are going to use. There's Azure Databricks, which is basically an Spark-based analytics platform with an integrated notebook interface, which will allow you to seamlessly integrate with the Azure AD and the data services. So you can build and deploy models and data workflows with the big data. Similarly, there are Azure Data Science virtual machines. So I will show you one creating right now, wherein with this particular virtual machine, you will have all the pre-installed data science tools. So basically your Jupyter notebooks and a lot of other Python related stuff. So whatever you need, particularly for the data science, most of those applications will be available right within the Azure Data Science virtual machine. So you can develop the machine learning solutions in a pre-configured data science environment. Then there's SQL Server and machine learning services. So it integrates with the SQL Server, which will allow you to have an scalable analytics server, which is going to support the Python as well as the R language. So it will allow you to build and deploy models. So you can basically have your models created and you can build and deploy the models inside the on-premises SQL Server, which can scale to match the SQL Server engine. Also, the machine learning server is available as a cluster type within the HDInsight. So there is another Azure service, which is called as Azure HDInsight, basically a Hadoop distributed file system services, which you can use to integrate with your machine learning services. There are also different there are difference between all of these products. So if I talk about the Azure Machine Learning Services, the Azure Machine Learning Service is going to support you with the integration of your data science pipelines with the Azure. So tomorrow we will be looking at how you will be able to create a particular data science or basically a machine learning pipeline, and then how you will be importing the data to it, how would you be preparing the data, how you would be training the machine learning model within the machine learning studio. And then lastly, we will look at how you can evaluate a machine learning model. So there are different examples of tools which you can use with this service. So there is Azure ML Service SDK for developers who want to perform all of these tasks via the code. There is Python, then there is Jupyter Notebook, Visual Studio, there is PyCharm, or you can use any of your favorite IDE now. Nowadays, most of the IDE gives you the integration with a lot of different plugins, which you can leverage to perform all of these particular operations and tasks. There is Azure Machine Learning Studio. So basically, so in terms of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, it's basically a GUI-based platform which you can use. So kind of a good place for data scientists, or I would say the analysts, to learn and start with. Quite good for your analyst. So it's basically an interactive platform which Azure provides you, wherein there is a visual display for modeling processes, which could include your deployment options. So basically, it's the Azure ML Studio which is going to get integrated and provides you a drag and drop method of the data science processes for your simple use. So it's basically completely drag and drop kind of tool, which is going to include your data visualization. There is going to be drag and drop interfaces. There is Azure Jupyter Notebooks, there are project samples, a lot of other stuff that is there within it. There is Azure Databricks, so provides a GUI-based cloud portal, which makes the use of the Spark big data platform, wherein you can create and modify the Spark clusters, which can be done easily, and also your clusters can be turned off when you are not using it without losing the data. So in terms of specific features, the Azure Databricks gives you would be able to kind of use the Azure Databricks notebooks, which are going to support different languages. Like you have got SQL, you have got Python, there is R, there is Scala, there is Java. So a lot of different integrations and support for different languages: SQL, Python, R, Scala, Java, where you have got Active Directory integration. There is Job Scheduler. Apart from it, I think you have got the support for blob storage as well. There is GUI to easily create your Spark cluster. So people who are more on the Hadoop or big data side of things, for them, very good offering. Then there is Azure Data Science Virtual Machine. So I'll show you one creating right now, where it's basically specifically built for the data science and the machine learning, wherein you have got pre-configured virtual machines which you can create within the Azure, which will give you different popular machine learning tools which are pre-installed on the machine. And it provides the data scientist with a simple way to begin and iterate via your different modeling processes. So different examples of tools which will be pre-installed would be the SQL Server, machine learning server. There is Microsoft R Open, there is Jupyter Notebooks, there is Anaconda Python, there is different kinds of sample code which are already put up there. So you can use all of those particular stuff. Different kinds of data science virtual machines, there are supported operating systems, which so basically you can go ahead with a Linux-based data science machine, or you can go ahead with a Windows-based data science machine and use it. There are deep learning virtual machines as well, basically called as DLVM virtual machines, so which are going to offer you the variety of different deep learning tools for building artificial neural networks and algorithmic process, which are going to simulate the decision process of the human neural network. So I think Jim says that they use the Linux and they have added some Geo capabilities. So basically that's where you have gone ahead with the Geo AI DSVM, seems like. And this version of our DSVM is going to basically include your different tools specific to the machine learning, which are having the geospatial data. So it comes with the standard machine learning softwares and gives you the ArcGIS as well as commercial platform for the Geo AI. So talking about the Azure Machine Learning Studio. So in terms of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, if I talk about, again, you can go ahead with leveraging this pretty good tool that allows you to aid with your data science processes, where you can utilize the visual display of the database. So basically the UI that you see here is a UI of the old portal that we are not going to use. There is another new portal that has came into existence, which is ml.azure.com. Currently that particular Machine Learning Studio portal is. So Azure Machine Learning Studio is basically a drag and drop learning platform, wherein it's basically designed for those people who are trying to understand the data science at a deeper level. And basically you want to get rid of writing the code. So that's the main agenda or main funda here, where you don't want to go ahead with writing of the code. You want to include different tools like Azure Notebooks, also sometimes which are called as your Jupyter Notebooks, to execute the different lines of code and also visualize the output for you. So to use the ML Studio, you will have sample data which is provided to you by the Azure. You can import your own data as well if you want. You can try different modeling techniques. It does not only offer you pre-made machine learning model, but it also gives you different kind of simple model options which are there, so that you can write your own algorithm on top of it. So there are simple experiments also available within it. So you can use those simple experiments to demonstrate your different ways to train the model. So for learning purpose, they've given you a lot of different predefined data sets which we can use. So basically it brings you the data, then the cleansing of the data, transformation of the data, and and then training and scoring a model with the option of deploying it on the web. So all of these things are part of your machine learning studio. Let's say if you are a beginner and you're starting on with your journey towards the learning of the data science or learning of the machine learning, I would recommend you to explore this. It's one of the very good services that Azure is giving you in terms of the UI and the overall machine learning service. Then there are SQL Server machine learning server. So it is a special service which is running on the SQL Server platform, which supports your high scale integration of Python and R code. So you can use the ML server within the SQL Server, and the platform is going to allow you to integrate your data science processes using the Python or R within the local SQL Server environment. Now, the advantage of it is going to eliminate the overall need to switch between the database and the machine learning environment. So you get all the features of your SQL Server with the scalable machine learning. So you can install the machine learning server on your SQL Server. You can choose the tool, whether you want to go ahead with a Python or R, and then you can choose your environment. You can write the code for your machine learning within your choice of ID, and you will be able to also do the testing of your code within the SQL Server. So that's how overall it works in terms of the overall SQL Server machine learning server and how it can be created. We have also got a Spark on HDInsight. So basically, Apache Spark is an open source big data platform which you can use to scale out and have your multiple machines work together to process the data. So a very popular service called as Apache Spark, a part of your big data platform. So unlike Hadoop, the Spark is going to work in memory as much as possible. So it's basically massive scale with in-memory processing. There is Hortonworks distribution. There is easy management platform as a service, and it integrates with the other Azure services as well. So as in other Azure services means you can integrate it with you can keep your data within the data lake store, process it via the blob store, or have your data in blob storage and push it to the Spark or R server on the HDInsight. And then later on for visualization, you can use Power BI if you want to process the data with respect to the Azure machine learning services. You can use the Azure machine learning as well. Then there is Azure Databricks. So basically, it's a Spark-based secure all-in-one data science team collaboration platform. So Databricks is a separate company, and in Azure, it is offered to you as a marketplace offering. So basically, there is a collaboration between the Microsoft and the Databricks, and that's why they call it as Azure Databricks within the Azure. But basically, if you look at, if you try to Google, you will see that Databricks is a separate offering. It's actually a separate company. So Azure Databricks is a Spark-based offering where you have got a data science, all-in-one data science team collaboration platform, and it includes a powerful notebook interface. There is job scheduling. There is Active Directory integration. There is granular security control and seamless Azure integration that it provides you. So basically, how it works is you can go to the Azure Databricks workspace using the Azure Portal. There will be a workspace which will be provided to you, wherein you will have all the assets that you need. And from there, you can add your users who want to access the workspace. You can also have a granularity over the level of access that you want to give to the users from within the Azure Databricks. So from the Azure Databricks, you can provide that level of access. And there are different tools which are provided to you, which can include all the languages which are supported. So like you've got a Spark, so language which are supported by Spark, like I've got Scala, I've got Scala, I have got Java, there is SQL, there is Python, then I've got R. So all of it are within the same notebook. And you can use a language that you love or basically you are more comfortable with. And also if you want, you've got an options to switch to different languages. So there are different tools that you can integrate with the Azure Databricks. There is Job Scheduler, there is Azure Databricks Notebook, there are workspaces, there are security configurations, Spark, then you've got PySpark or Spark R or CLI. So a lot of offerings that the Azure gives you in terms of the Azure Databricks. Then there are Azure Machine Learning Services. So within the Azure Machine Learning Services comes the model management, there's model training, there is model selection, there is hyperparameter tuning, feature selection, model evaluation. So basically, the Azure Machine Learning Service is going to support the open source technologies, which will include a kind of mix of packages for practicing the machine learning via the Python. And it includes, so basically the Azure Machine Learning Service is going to include different common data science tools as the extension. So if you're wondering why or what would be the benefit for a particular data science who is using the Azure ML, so you've got a lot of different benefits when you are using it on the cloud, because power of scaling that the cloud is going to provide you is huge. And that is where you can, right from preparing your data to building a model within your favorite ID, training and testing the model, registering and managing your model, or building your model and then deploying it in the form of an image as a web service and monitoring it. All of it is provided to you as a part of the Azure Machine Learning. So that's how the Azure Machine Learning Service looks like. So let's now have a quick look at how you can go ahead and create a data science virtual machine. So if you just try to Google upon Azure Data Science VM, it will actually take you to a page. I will show you different options. So basically, there are data science virtual machines available. The page is just for all of you. So if you scroll down here, you will be able to see the data science offerings. So there are different 5 data science offerings. So I think what Jim told you was he or his team actually uses GeoAI data science VM with the ArcGIS. But there are different other offerings as well. So what I will do is, as a part of it, I am going to create a data science Windows virtual machine and then connect to it. So we can search for data science here, and then you get different options. So as you can see, I've got data science machines for Linux, there is CentOS, there is Intel optimized, there is GeoAI data, there are machine learning services. So we'll go ahead with the data science virtual machine, which is Windows 2016. I'll click on create. So the process of the VM creation is basically going to be same. We will be using the same process of how we used to create the VM. I'll name it as Ayush DS VM. It's basically data science virtual machine. Then I'll have the virtual machine name as Ayush DS VM. So basically, I named the resource group as well as the VM as same. I'll choose the location as Central US. And size that I'm going ahead currently with is DS3v2. Also, guys, to show you, there is one new option that has been added here, Azure Spot Instances. So did anybody of you notice this option previously, the Azure Spot Instances? Anybody here who did notice this option? So when we covered the virtual machine topic, this option was not available there. This has recently been introduced last week. So basically, this is an option which is pretty much similar to how the spot instances were offered to you within the Amazon Web Services, basically AWS. So with the spot instances, what happens is you can go ahead and choose a particular spot instance, basically kind of machine which you get for a limited amount of time. So there is capacity only virtual machine, but only the thing is, you will get these machines on a huge discounts, basically up to 90% of the discount on the overall pricing. But the capacity can go away anytime. So basically, these machines can be taken away anytime. So you can see if you want to go ahead with capacity only, or you want to go ahead with the price or capacity option, where you can choose the max price, and then Azure will take up your virtual machine when the cost of the instance is greater than your max price. So basically, if you are going ahead with some testing workflows, that is good, where you can go ahead with at that point of time, it's good to go with the spot instances, but do not use these spot instances for your production workloads. It's not to be meant for. And then I'll choose a username and the password. Okay, so basically with this machine, since again it's a Windows Server license, Windows Server machine, you can bring in your own on-premises license if they are created under if they're bought under the software assurance or Windows Server subscription. And you can leverage the hybrid benefit and save up to 49% with the license cost on the overall cost of the VM with the license that you already own. Next, we'll move on to the disk. I'll keep the settings as it is. We'll move on to the networking and to the management. I'll click on off here, similarly off here, and proceed towards the advanced options, review and create. And I click on create. So it has started the deployment of your data science virtual machine. So with the data science virtual machine, you can have your end-to-end data science workflows. So basically, with respect to having the different kinds of data stores, like you want to have a shared scalable file store, or if you want to have an HDInsight widget and you have an in-data store analytics or data movement and queries, you want to go ahead with Azure Data Warehouse or Data Lake or maybe other databases. Or if you want to go ahead with something like production system like Spark or Azure Machine Learning, or having some trained models and tested code, or maybe data science VMs for the production, or leverage it with the Power BI, SQL Server, Python. So a lot of these different options. So you can go ahead with the Azure DS VMs, which are basically going to give you all of these particular functionalities. So these machines will come with a pre-installed, configured and tested products, which you can use. So basically all the popular tools which are commonly used for the data analytics or machine learning or AI training, for those you can use the Azure machine learning or basically the data science virtual machines. So with these machines, there will be Anaconda Python, there will be R Server, there is going to be Jupyter Notebooks, Visual Studio, then your Microsoft Excel, SQL Server, Power BI, Python, there will be Microsoft Cognitive Toolkit, there will be Apache Spark, a lot of different other tools which will be installed on top of these machines, which will come pre-default installed. So that's the power of the data science virtual machines that the Azure offers you. And there we go. So as you can see, this machine comes with a built-in set of different tools which you can use for the data science activities and performing your day-to-day activities corresponding to the data science. As I told you, it comes in default with different kinds of particular services, wherein you have got, I think it's trying to reconnect because of the connectivity problem. Okay. Basically, as I told you, it comes with different set of predefined tools in terms of you can go ahead with either in a corner Python or R server. You've got Visual Studio. There is Jupyter notebooks. There is PyCharm. There is Python, Power BI, SQL Server. So all the things that you would require to perform your different data science related tasks. There is Azure AI Gallery here. There are ML tools README. So basically, you can go to this particular site to see what are the different kinds of data science tools and offerings that the Azure provides. So there are predefined set of documents. There is the data science virtual machine GitHub page via which you will be able to go to the GitHub and get the corresponding information corresponding to the DSVM that the Azure offers you. So a lot of different kinds of workflows that you will be able to leverage using the data science. So with this, there is a customized VM image that has been used on top of the Microsoft Azure cloud to build in your own set of services to perform the data science. And apart from it, it has got different popular data science services and tools which are pre-installed, pre-configured so that you can jump start building all of your intelligent applications for your advanced analytics as well. So there are different offerings. This was just one machine that I've created for people who are more familiar with the Linux-based platform, or if you are working into an open source environment and want to go ahead with a Linux-based platform, you can also create a data science VM. So that was about how you can go about creating a data science machine. There, you can also create these machines using the ARM templates. There are a lot of different Azure SDK documents which are rightly available here. There are analytics labs which you can perform using the workflows. There's a link to the Stack Overflow corresponding to the different data science VM related questions. So all the things or all the tools that you require to start your journey along with the data science are rightly available within this machine. So basically, it's a marketplace offering that we just looked at, how we were able to create the Microsoft Azure Windows VM or Linux VM. In a similar way, they have given you an offering basically with the Azure Data Science as well, where you have your choice of languages, your choice of deep learning tools, your choice of ML tools, data exploration and visualization tools, and there's data platform and ingestion tools. So all of it, development tools and things like that are all available, data platform and ingestion tools. So I'll just talk about the different sample use cases as well when you can go ahead with the DSVM for your customers.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So one is you want to move your data science workloads to the cloud. Basically, you want to go ahead with a cloud-based approach where you want to have your baseline configuration for the data science teams, which want to replace their local on-prem machines with the managed cloud desktop and ensure that all of your data scientists on the team are having a similar setup with which you can verify your experiments and promote the collaboration in a much better intuitive way and much better way. So basically it's allowing to lower the cost as well by reducing the system admin's burden. So basically all the advantages of moving to the cloud are available for you. There is data science training and education. So again with the DSVM, you have been given predefined set of sample works which are available, which you can use to perform the task. There is on-demand elastic capacity for larger scale projects. So as you know, you can scale up and scale down to meet the ever-changing demand at any point of time. And you've got custom compute power for the Azure Notebooks, which is basically, so Azure Notebooks is basically a free hosted service wherein you can develop, you can run and share the Jupyter notebooks within the cloud with no installation. So this particular free service tier will be limited to 4 GB of memory and there will be 1 GB of data. So if you want to release all the limits, you can attach a notebook project to a DSVM or any other virtual machine which is running on the Jupyter server and leverage and perform different kinds of data science related tasks. You can perform deep learning with GPUs. You can have different kinds of workflows in place. You can deploy the Ubuntu, CentOS or Windows 2016 editions of these particular DSVMs to the Azure virtual machines, which will not be based on the GPUs. And if you want, you can go ahead with a deep learning frameworks, which can fall back to the CPU mode which you're using. So basically, that's about the data science VMs and the basics of the Azure machine learning services in terms of how you can go ahead and leverage it. So I have not gone much deep into what data science is basically or what machine learning is and what are the different algorithms within the machine learning. But then if you already have a knowledge of data science or if you have a knowledge of machine learning, how you can use your that knowledge on top of the Azure by leveraging the tools and services that Azure is providing you to get started or kick a start with your Azure, kick a start with your not Azure, but basically the data science and the machine learning services. So you'll understand how the machine learning service fits into the data science process, and then we look at the different concepts which are related to the Azure machine learning service experiment within the Azure machine learning studio. And also we will look at how you can go ahead and create a particular pipeline, including different set of services within the machine learning. How do you go about training a model using the Azure machine learning service? So basically understanding what the Azure machine learning service is. So the basic important thing here is to understand what the Azure machine learning is. So in a nutshell, you can think the containerization. So basically the containerization is going to meet your machine learning. Now, if you look at today's world, most of the organizations have started moving towards the containerization of the application, where they're trying to bring their on-premises applications to the cloud by containerizing them. So container technology is going to basically provide you a good way, which is going to be kind of a very powerful way, I would say, to scale and dynamically configure all of these solutions, which can help you to meet your organization's requirement. Now, however, your data science data has been slow to kind of benefit from this particular technology of the containerization. So if you look at the data science, the different services which are part of the data science, it has been quite slow as compared to, being that matured in this stage where they can go ahead and also leverage the containerization. So basically, you've got different sort of advanced technologies where you have set of Python modules wherein you can have your complex queries resolved. And also there is a bit of complexity in terms of configuring and maintaining the containers as well. So basically, data science can focus on developing your machine learning solutions. But if I just talk about much more to the data science, it would be your different key services which could scale your data wrangling, or it could have your model training done. There is model evaluation, there are deployments, there are model management. So all of this can be easily implemented, and that's where you could go ahead and deliver your solutions in a very improvised way. And that's where you've got the Azure machine learning services as well. So first thing that we need to understand is the basic difference between the Azure machine learning service versus the Azure machine learning studio. Now, because these two names are similar, so one is AML service, another is AML studio, these names look pretty similar, and that's where it's important for us to distinguish between these two. So both of these basically help you in developing and kind of deploying a machine learning solution or model, depending on your different particular requirements. Wherein if I just talk about the Azure machine learning studio, it's basically a drag and drop visual workspace, which is more of user friendly and does not require any kind of programming. So we will look at the Azure machine learning studio today. Now, there used to be two different particular Azure machine learning portals. So basically these are separate from the Azure portal. So one of them has basically going to get deprecated very sooner. So we will be looking at the new preview portal, which is available for us, where it is called as the Azure Machine Learning Studio, or just the Studio, which is basically a drag and drop workspace wherein you can have your user friendly and kind of not requiring any programming kind of interface. So it's ideal for learning the data science, kick-starting with your small machine learning projects. Now, apart from it, the Azure Machine Learning Service, on the other hand, is going to give you a particular service wherein you can go ahead, scale, monitor, and deploy your machine learning models. So it is particularly created to augment, or I would say extend, the data science pipeline with the integration of the Azure services. So by using the Azure Machine Learning Service SDK, so basically SDK software development kit, wherein you have got the Azure ML Service SDK, which you can use with any of the services that you need. And apart from it, you can start your model development on your local machine with the different particular tools. So people who are much into the developer side of things, where they are more into the language coding at the programming level and a lot of other stuff. So that is where you get an option to start your model development on your local machine, leveraging the Python tools, as well as leveraging different open source frameworks of your own choice. And on top of it, you can also use the Azure Machine Learning Service via the Python modules, so that you can speed up your model training, or maybe your evaluation process, or have your parameter tuning, have your model deployments. So that's where the deployment service is going to even give you a particular capability, which is basically the REST API. So your applications will be able to use to score the data using your model as well. So basically all of the things can be done via code as well, making it much more intuitive for you. So we'll not talk about the code part of it. Again, that's out of the scope of this particular course, where we are going to just touch base upon the machine learning services and how these particular services can be leveraged. So we already talked about all of it. Now, let me first explain you what are containers. So one were the containers that we talked about when we were dealing with the Azure storage. Now, these are not the similar containers. So basically that containers were the placeholder to store the blob. But basically, when you look at the term container, if you even try to Google it, so that is where we are talking about the container, which is the virtualization at the operating system level, wherein you can have your applications bundled into a particular package, and that package is going to contain all the binaries or all the libraries or whatever is required to run your application. So basically, that is what we are talking about in terms of the container. So basically, it is the virtualization at the operating system level, and a container is just a unit of your software, or I would say package, which is going to have your code, all of its dependencies, so your application can run quickly, it can be run reliably from one particular environment to another. So basically, you don't have to worry about the underlying platform, whether it is Mac OS, whether it is Linux, whether it is Windows operating system. Your application will be compatible across all of these platforms, and that is where we have got the containerization. So with coming up of Docker, the containerization has got much popularity. So if I talk about Docker, it's basically a container image, which is a lightweight standalone executable package of the software, which you can include and have everything needed within it to make your application up and running. So it's going to have your application code, runtime, the system tools, or the system libraries, the different settings. And if you look at the container images these days, it has become very popular. And specifically, if I talk about the case of the Docker containers, the images have become the containers when they run on the Docker engine. So if I specifically take you into the Docker level of the how the containerization of today's date is playing a key role. So Docker containers basically run on the Docker engine, wherein you have got kind of standard Docker container, and these are lightweight and more secure. So applications are more safer within the containers, and Docker are going to provide you the strongest capability of having the services up and running. So that is how you can leverage the containerization. I'll just give you a quick view of the Docker. So basically, I've got the enterprise container platform. So you create an image. Now, one is you can upload it onto the Docker Hub repository, where you have got a Docker Hub, like how we have GitHub for storing the code. Similarly, I've got a Docker Hub. And you can install Docker onto your machine. You can make your applications containerized. So you can create a container image. You can either upload it to the Docker. Apart from it, Azure also gives you different particular services like Azure Container Instance or Azure Container Registry, where you can fetch the images from Docker. So I think we earlier talked about the Hello World Docker Microsoft image, which we fetched from the Docker Hub. And we saw how a particular node application was able to run within the Azure Container Instance. So basically, a lot of different applications are available wherein you get the environment that you need. So if you need a .NET environment, or if you are looking at Node.js environment, you get the container and within which you will be able to run your application. So basically, these are everywhere, whether it's Linux, whether it's Windows, whether it's your data center, cloud, whatever it is, you will be able to leverage the existing computing concepts around all of the containers. And specifically within the Linux world, you will have your C groups created, your namespace created. There are different technologies which are more unique because it is going to focus on the requirements of the developers and the system operators, wherein you will be able to separate the application dependencies from the infrastructure. And that is the reason that Docker has got so much jump these days. So basically, most of the organizations today are looking at containerizing their application and moving it to one of the cloud platform, or maybe leveraging their own internal cloud. So on top of the containers, we have got Kubernetes service, which is basically a container orchestration service. So once you have your containers, on top of it, you would want to use any particular service which can help you to manage those containers. And that is where the Kubernetes comes into the picture. It's basically an open source container orchestration system wherein you can have the automation of the application deployment, the scaling of it, the management of it. So it was basically originally designed by the Google, but now it's a part of your open source system. So also it is sometimes referred to as the K8s. Now, moving back, now talking about the Azure Machine Learning services with the data science processes or the data science pipeline. So first thing that you do is the environment setup. So you start by creating a workspace. So we are going to create a workspace within the Azure portal. So this workspace is a place for your machine learning work to be stored within the Azure. This workspace will be created within the Azure portal. If you want, or if you're more comfortable with Python, you can also create the workspace with the Python code. So basically, an experiment object is created within the workspace, which is going to store your information about the runs of your model corresponding to the model that you have trained and tested. And then you will have multiple experiment objects within the workspace. So you can think of Workspace as a placeholder to store all of your different particular experiments that you are going to perform. Now, Azure Machine Learning Service will allow you also to interact with the Workspace. So we'll be having, you can either you go ahead with a preferred choice of ID like local Jupyter Notebook or PyCharm, or could be an Azure Notebook. Or if we want, we can also deal with the Azure Machine Learning Workspace, leveraging the Azure Machine Learning Studio and the Azure Portal. So it's very easy to configure the environment. We'll see as we go ahead. The second step that comes in basically is the data preparation. So before you can train a particular model, you will need to explore and analyze the source data, wherein you are going to determine its overall quality. You will have to select the data for the different model features. So typically this is going to involve your statistical analysis, or it could be your use of visualizations. There would be on top of it, then you would have your data wrangling. Then you will be doing the cleanup of the data. There will be transformations where you're going to prepare the data to be used further within the model training. So you can use whatever Python module you want of your choice. Like you would have your data preparation models like Pandas, or if you want, you can use the Azure Machine Learning Data Preparation SDK, which is called as the Azure ML.Data Prep. So a lot of different options available for the data preparation. We will look at it on the Azure ML Studio, within the Azure ML Studio. Then we have got the experimentation. So experimentation is the iterative process of your model training and the testing. So it's more of an open source package, which would have something like scikit-learn, or there would be TensorFlow, there would be different other platforms which are supported with it. So after building the model, you can train it locally or you can train it on a remote machine. And a key feature of your Azure Machine Learning Service is the basic ability that it gives you to run your model training and the evaluation within the Azure containers. So maybe I'll again show you creating a small Azure container instance and how do you use that service. And it's very easy for you to monitor the remote model execution, retrieve the overall output using the Azure ML package. Once we have all of these particular things done, next is you will need to create and configure a particular compute target object, which will be used to provision the computing resource. And after that, once you have your resources provisioned, you will have the model that you would want to use either in your production. And if you, let's say you want to go ahead and use the model, you can go ahead, use it in production. You register the model to the model registry within the workspace. And lastly, you do the review. So you build the model, you train and test the model either locally or remotely. So training and testing the model comes into picture, where I have done the train, I have done the test of the model, I configure the compute target, and lastly, you go ahead and register the final model. So that is all that you do within the experimentation phase. And then you get the deployment. So once you've made sure that the model is going to run correctly within the local environment, or it's running correctly in the local environment and is performing all of the accuracy level related stuff that you would want, you can go ahead and deploy the model. So you will create a Docker image, you will then deploy it to the Azure container instance. Now, another important thing here to notice, there are different target environments which are available. So different target environments, like we have got Azure Kubernetes Service, you've got Azure IoT Edge, there is a field programmable gate array, which is FPGA. So for the deployment, you would need different kinds of files. One would be your score script file, which will help you to decide how to run the model. You would require environment file, which will help you to specify the package dependencies, which are more important when you are using the open source packages. Then you will have to have the configuration file, which will help you to request the appropriate amount of resources for the containers. So how many resources are required for your containers? What are the package dependencies? What are the score script files? All of it will be required for you for the deployment processes. Then there is Azure Machine Learning Service experiment that we will talk about in some time. So in terms of the Azure Machine Learning Service experiments, you have got different key components. So you have got training, another part of the deployment. So in terms of the training, there are going to be Python scripts which are going to execute on your different compute targets. Based on the compute targets, either there is going to be a data store from which it is going to fetch the data and then store those run records within the experiment, or directly query the experiment corresponding to the Python script. Then second part comes as a deployment, where you make the prediction, you register the model. So in terms of registering a model, you are going to provide the application or the script which is going to use the model, create the image of it. So basically the Docker image, you deploy the image either to the web service or to the IoT module. And then lastly, you make the prediction based on the Python scripts that run as a part of your web service or the IoT module. So this also includes the web application service that we talked about. So if you did remember, we had a module which was the Azure App Service, where we looked at how we can go about deploying a web application or a web service. So that's where again one part of the Azure ML service got covered, where where how to go ahead about deploying a particular application once you have the image or the container. Now, in terms of deployment, so if you want to make a model available for consumption, you're going to deploy it. So different deployments environments are supported within the Azure. So there is a Docker image, there is Azure Container Instance. We have got the Azure Kubernetes Services, which is the AKS. There is Azure IoT Edge. You have got Field Programmable Gate Array, which is the FPGA. So a lot of different target deployment environments within Azure. You can go ahead with one of your choice. And for the deployment, you would also need some important files that I just talked about. So we already did discuss about the score script, the environment file, score script file, the environment file, and the configuration file. Now, talking about some of these specific terms. So starting with what is the workspace? So workspace is basically your top level resource. So it's a top level resource for the Azure machine learning services, and it's going to serve as a hub for building and deploying your models. So basically a center part, or I would say a centralized repo wherein you are going to, or a central environment which is required to build and deploy your models. So you'll be able to create the workspace within the Azure portal, or if you want, you can also create an access it using the Python on ID of your choice. So a lot of different IDs are available. You can use either Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio or PyCharm or any other Anaconda, something, whatever ID of your choice. All models must be registered within the workspace model registry for your future usages. And once the models are registered, you would have the scoring scripts wherein you can go ahead and create an image for the deployment. So the workspace is going to store the experiment objects which are required for each model that you're creating. And apart from it, it is also going to save your compute targets. So basically, compute targets means on which particular nodes or on which particular services your your particular experiment or your particular image is going to get deployed. So you can track the training runs, like how many times the particular experiment has got triggered or run. You can retrieve the logs, you can have the metrics, you can have the output, you can have the scripts with the ease. And this information will be very important for the model evaluation and the selection as well. So that's the workspace. We will be creating this workspace within the Azure portal. Then there is image, which will be required. So again, I mean, it's a model for scoring and script or application. So you will have an environment file which will declare the dependencies which are needed by the model, scoring script or the application. And there will be a configuration file which will be describing the required resources, which will be helping you to execute the overall mod. So before moving on to the data store, there are a few other aspects that I want to talk about. So one is your web service that will come into picture. So it's not just about creating the image. It's also about how do you go about deploying an image. So when you are deploying a model as a web service, you will have choice of either using the Azure Container Instance, or you have a choice of using the Azure Kubernetes Service or the FPGAs. So with your model, script, and associated files, all the three together. So your model, script, and associated files all would be set within the image, and then you will be able to create a particular web service. Apart from it, there are IoT modules as well. So IoT module is basically again a Docker container. So with the web service, you will need your model or your associated script to either have your dependencies or the application running. On more information, if you are more interested on the IoT module, or if you are from the IoT background, you can also explore more about the Azure IoT Edge. So again, basically it's out of the scope of this particular course that we are doing, but it will enable you to determine and have your monitoring on the hosting devices. Then moving on to the data store. So it's an storage abstraction over the Azure storage account. So though it's a storage account only provided to you by the storage account, but it's abstracted away. That means there will be no particular storage account created, which will be visible to you, though it's definitely getting utilized. So each workspace has a registered or default data store, which you can use right away. But then you can register other Azure blobs or file storage containers as a data store as well. Now, after this, moving on to the another part. So we have got data store, then we have got the Azure pipeline. So what is this pipeline? So there is a machine learning pipeline, which is basically a tool to create and manage the workflows during a data science process, which will help you to include your data manipulation, or there would be model training, testing, or there will be deployment phases. So each particular step of the process can run unintended and unattended and in different compute targets, which makes it easier to allocate the resources. So that means there would be parallel running of your different particular services or different particular models across different compute targets. These compute targets basically will be nothing but kind of your container image, which is running either on top of the Azure container instance, or if it is a FGPA, or if it is FPGA, or whether it is your Azure Kubernetes service. Any particular service, depending on what you're using, basically is going to provide you the infrastructure to run all of these. Then there are compute targets, so it's the compute resource to run your training script or host service deployment. So as I told you, it is attached to the workspace, and other than the local machine, these will be shared by the users of the workspace as well. So it could be any different services that you use. So these are some of the basics, important terminologies which we will be dealing with. Now, talking about what is a deployed web service. So for a deployed web service, you have different choices of container instance or AKS or FPGAs. With your model, script, and associated files all set within the image, you will be able to create a web service. We did talk about the IoT module as well. Now, talking about the pipeline, so there are four specific features of the Azure machine learning pipelines. One is the task execution, which can be scheduled. So you can go ahead and schedule an execution task, and it is going to free up the time for the data scientist, and especially during the data preparation phase, it will be quite helpful for you. Second is you will have the flexibility to allocate your compute targets for individual steps and coordinate multiple pipelines. So as I told you, you can run multiple experiments or multiple other services in parallel, and all of it will be running on specific dedicated compute nodes. Then you will have the scripts for pipeline, which can be reused, and you will be able to customize them for different processes. It could be retraining, it could be batch scoring. A lot of different processes can come into play. And lastly, you're going to have all of your input and output and the intermediate task and the data recorded, which can be easily managed. So if you look at this diagram, basically it talks about preparing the data, building and training the model, and then deploying and predict the model using one of these scoring algorithms. So you have your data storage locations, data is ingested, it's used for the data preparation. And all of your data preparation tasks, like maybe normalizing it or transformation or validation of featureization, or maybe it could be anything, splitting of data into two different data sets. All of those things can be done within the Azure Machine Learning Studio. And so in terms of the different Azure Machine Learning steps, one is your training the model. So you start with training the model. There is going to be a model registry. So you are going to train a logistic regression model or use any kind of different particular models that you are going to deal with within the Azure Machine Learning experiment. So you will have an kind of run-in experiment process. So within the context of your Azure Machine Learning service, you can refer to your Python code, or maybe you can have your training of the model, or having the hyperparameter tuning. It could be any particular task that you can run. And then in terms of the experiment, it is going to be the composition of your series of different runs. So basically you perform a lot of runs one after the another. So if you have one run for logistic regression model, there would be another run for any other model. Let's say it could be a KNN model. So basically that is what it is going to contain about. After that, you have got the model registry. So you registered the model within the Azure Portal, basically the Azure Machine Learning Studio. Then you use the code editors for scoring the file. So you've got different kinds of file scoring services which are available, which you use. Now, in terms of the deploying, where do you deploy the model? So when we talk about the deployment of the model, so you start with creating the Azure Machine Learning services. Once you have the services up and running, you can either use the Python SDK along with it. You register your model to the Azure Machine Learning service. Then you use the code editor. So you create a scoring script. So container images will allow the users to deploy the models with leveraging the machine learning model. And you can do this deployment, which is going to dependent on other dependencies. It could be PyTorch or any other dependencies. So using containers to deploy the machine learning models will help you to avoid these dependency issues. So if you are just deploying the scoring file, it's a possible case that it might have other dependency services with different other components. And that is the reason, as I told you, this image or the containerization nowadays is very important part of the DevOps as well as any other service that you are using. So it's basically a DevOps process of containerizing something into an image and then forming an image of it. So it's not a task of a data science or a data scientist. It's a task of a DevOps person or basically a site reliability engineer within your team, which will help you to containerize the image and create and register the image. So containerizing the image will help you to package the stuff that you need to prepare for the model itself, or more, it could be for your inferencing engine like PyTorch, it could be a scoring file, it could be any dependency. So all of these are going to be clubbed along. And after this, you will be having an environment configuration YAML file, which is required for the containerization. And once you have the YAML file, you can go ahead and create the image. So as I told you, all of these tasks are basically going to be performed by the DevOps guy or the site reliability engineer. And then you have the deployment of the model as a web service. So you can go ahead with the deployment in two different formats. One is you can deploy the image, or another is you can go ahead with a VM-based deployment, or you can leverage the FPGA or any other Azure service to do the deployment. Then you can have the scoring of the data with the deployed model. You do the managing and monitoring of the model lastly. So once your deployment is done, you go to the monitoring, where your data scientist will create different particular machine learning pipelines, or they would create different kinds of tracking information about all of these experiments, which will be separate from the model training and deployment process. So you can manage and track the machine learning models, which can be either a time consuming process, it could be error prone process. But again, I think at the end of the day, it's required for you to completely manage all of it. So Azure Machine Learning Service is going to have a model management and a tracking feature, which will be integrated within your pipeline so that you can automate the task of monitoring. And it's if I talk about the machine learning projects, these will be rarely about training a single model. Rather than that, it always is going to deal with end-to-end pipelines of the continuously developing, managing, and deploying models. It's basically a continuous pipeline that is going to continue forever and ever. It's not going to be just a single model which you run and then you have to stop. So that's about registering the model, registering the image, monitoring and collecting the data. So the model registry is basically a single place where you keep the track of all the models within the Azure Machine Learning Service workspace, and it will ensure that the models are all stored within the structured format, which can be queried as and when required. Now, after the training of the model is done, it will be important for you to track the experiment and monitor the evaluation metrics. So as an example, you might want to know how is the accuracy of the new model as compared with the old model. Another question that could come is how many users are using the new model and what is the traffic at any given point of time. So again, there comes the three primary things that you should consider for the machine learning models in terms of the monitoring. So if you're looking at monitoring your machine learning models, one is you should determine whether the production data drifts, whether your decision is going to be better based on whether to retrain the model or whether to optimize your existing model. And lastly, tracking the model usage and statistics. These are the three different things that you should consider. Also within the Azure Machine Learning Service, you will be able to track the experiments. You will be able to monitor the metrics with a few different lines of code. So a lot of different things available as a part of the Azure Machine Learning Services. So in terms of understanding the complete Azure machine learning steps, or I would rather say the Azure machine learning pipeline, we'll deal with creation of the particular pipeline, and we'll look at how you go about using these particular services. So start with training the model. You register the model. You have different code editors where you code the file, have your all of dependencies. So using all of it, you club them into a particular container. You create the image. Either you can upload that image within the container Azure Container Registry. If you want, you can upload it on the Docker Hub, any one of these, and then you can deploy it using either cloud service or leverage different Azure services to do the deployment of that particular image. And lastly, you can model it. So members of this training might ask what a REST API can do. Definitely, I'll take it up. So first of all, let me tell you like what is a REST API. So basically, it is going to be a set of rules which will allow the programs to talk to each other. So when you send a particular request, you are going to get back a response corresponding to that request. So the developer is going to create the API. So API is nothing but it's an application programming interface. So the developer will create the API on the server, and then it will allow the client to talk to it. It's basically a client server kind of interaction. Now, REST is going to determine how the API looks like. So basically, REST is the representational state transfer. So it will define the different set of rules which the developers are going to follow when they're going to create the API. So let's say you are, as an example, let's consider an example where you go to YouTube, you try to find some kind of videos, and you type something in the search field, and then you hit enter. So let's say you want to find the videos of maybe Justin Bieber, and you try to go to YouTube, type in Justin Bieber, and then you hit enter within the search field, and you see all the videos, popular videos corresponding to Justin Bieber coming in front of your eyes. So basically, the REST API works in a similar way. You search for something, you get a list of results back from the service that you are requesting from. So as I told you, API is the application programming interface. Basically, it defines the set of rules which will allow the different programs to talk to each other. And then the developer is essentially going to create this API on the server, and it will allow the client to talk to that particular API. Now, REST is going to determine how the API is going to look. So it's basically the set of rules which the developer is going to follow whenever they're creating the API. So one of these rules basically state that you should be always able to get a piece of data whenever you link it to a particular specific URL. So there are so each URL is called a request, while the data which is sent back to you is called a response. So even when you hit google.com, basically you are sending a request to the google.com, and what you see in front of the eyes basically is the Google page getting rendered for you. So that's the response that you have got back. So it's all about a request and response. So there are different kinds of other stuff which are involved as a part of the REST API. So what are the things which the request is made up of? What are the things which the response is made up of? So I'll not go into that granularity, but I hope this makes it clear for people who might not be aware of what the REST API does. It's basically REST request and response model where you try to hit something, you get back the response. So you should get a piece of data back whenever you're trying to go to a specific URL. So talking about deployment targets, what are the different deployment targets which you can use? So you've got Azure Container Instances, which is basically a single container instance, which is managed by the Azure Container Instance Service. So you can deploy your image of the container within the Azure private registry, Azure Container Registry, or the Docker Hub, and within that, leveraging the Azure Container Instance, you can deploy that to the ACI. It is going to give you either a public IP or a fully qualified domain name corresponding to your particular container, which you will be able to deploy. So it's fast deployment. It has a fast deployment speed, usually less than 5 minutes, and an ideal environment for deployment and the testing purpose. Then moving on to the Azure Kubernetes Service. So basically a set of containers managed by the Azure Kubernetes Service and giving you high scale, providing you high scale production deployments. It auto scales and a front end to handle your ingress and egress requests. So it's basically is going to have the turnaround time of around 20 minutes to set up, and it's a one-time setup. So with this, you will be able to select your choice of number of nodes that you want. So depending on how many compute nodes do you require or how many compute targets do you require, you can select it using during the creation of the Azure Kubernetes Service. So also we had a look earlier on the Azure Kubernetes Service, but again, I'll give you a quick walkthrough of how you can go about creating an Azure Kubernetes Service using the Azure Portal. Then there is Azure Machine Learning Compute. So you can run batch predictions. You can have your serverless compute. So it's part of the serverless compute services within the Azure. It supports the normal and low priority virtual machines which are created and managed by the Azure Machine Learning Service. There is Azure IoT Edge as well, so part of the IoT services within Azure. So the Azure IoT Edge device is a Linux or Windows-based device which is going to run the Azure IoT Edge runtime. And the Azure Machine Learning supports the deploying of the machine learning models to the IoT Edge devices as the IoT Edge modules. So once the model is deployed to the IoT Edge devices, you will be able to use this model within the edge device directly without having a need to connect to the cloud. So it's going to reduce the overall data transfer bandwidth or the data transfer amount which would be required, and in turn your latency will also reduce, so hence reducing your overall response time. So again, a part of the IoT services where you can have your Azure IoT Edge or the different other IoT stream analytics and a lot of other IoT services. And lastly, there is FPGA, which is your field programmable gate array, so part of the web service. but it's going to contain an array of programmable logic blocks, a hierarchy of the reconfigurable interconnects where you can go ahead and leverage it. So compared to the CPU and GPUs, so your compute processing units or your graphical processing units, FPGAs are going to provide you the combination of programmability and the performance on top of it. So you get programmability and the performance, and the hardware can be programmed in such a way that you provide the model inference with the hardware. So it's the configuration that you do at the hardware level, and Azure Machine Learning does support deploying models to use the FPGAs on the Azure. So I'll just give you a quick overview on the AKS service, and then we'll look at the Azure ML Studio. So let me go to the Azure portal. We'll go to create a resource, and I'm going to search for the Azure Kubernetes service, also known as the AKS. There was another service called as ACS, which is the Azure Container Service, which has now been deprecated by the Microsoft. So as a part of the container orchestration, the service that you have is the Kubernetes. So you start by selecting the subscription. I've got the subscription. I'm going to create a new resource group. I'll name it as Ayush. We'll name the Kubernetes cluster. So I'm naming it as Ayush 11 December and location being Central US. You choose the container version of your choice. There is going to be a DNS name prefix. You choose the size of the virtual machine, basically the node sizes. So the master of the container will not be under your control. Master is abstracted away and basically managed by the Azure. While you get to see the Kubernetes nodes. So we'll be able to see each of these nodes and make the deployments on top of it. You can choose the node count depending on the overall subscription limit. So basically my subscription is bounded by a limited amount. So as then when I go to the up to 100 nodes, it basically starts giving me an error. So I'll just create some 3 nodes as a part of it. So basically these are going to be 3 virtual machine. So if you look at cost, more the number of nodes, more is going to be the cost incurred, and all of these nodes run in the parallel. If you want, you can define your scaling rules. So basically, if you want to go ahead with the any kind of auto scaling rules, you can go ahead and create the auto scaling rules. I'll go on to the authentication. It is going to create a service principal, and on the networking side, we'll just leave it as is. And I'll just move on to review and create, and I'll just click on create. So it's going to take around 5 to 7 minutes for the deployment. So okay, I'll just check it. Got failed. Okay, I think okay, let me just have a look at it and deploy it again. So this deployment is in progress. Meanwhile, I'll just try to have a look at it why the earlier deployment failed. Okay, so this is how you should, debug the logs as well. So why the deployment got failed is, as I can see the message, there was one default workspace which was already created and basically was not unique. So when we did create the Azure Kubernetes service, there was a default workspace also that got created as a part of the Kubernetes service because the monitoring was turned on and there was an existing workspace with the same name. And that's what created the deployment to fail. Okay, Jim. So I was talking about the site reliability engineering. So basically, there is a site reliability engineering team within the organization or within each of the product teams where that particular team dedicatedly takes care of the, if not team, at least there are dedicated individual contributor roles within the teams where they have DevOps guys, which takes care of these Kubernetes services. And normally this is not a task of the data engineer though, but it's good that if you are giving that opportunity for your data engineers to learn that as well, kind of adding an ability. So basically, if we see here, the deployment has just got succeeded. So I'll pin this to dashboard. Okay, let me go to resource groups and then run it up. So this is the Kubernetes service that we did create and leveraging the Kubernetes service. So you have got different node pools which you can go ahead and increase. And to deploy onto this particular Kubernetes service, basically the SREs or the development teams or your data engineers will require a YAML file. So they'll have to create a YAML file. Using that, they will be able to deploy that particular YAML file onto the Kubernetes service. Now, how to go about getting the credentials and then viewing how many number of nodes do you have? So for that, we connect to the CLI. So I'm using an Azure CLI. So I'm going to have AKS get credentials resource followed by name of my resource group, which is Ayush KS dash name of my service, which is Ayush 11 December. Okay, I typed in the wrong command. This is going to be credentials. So once it gets the credentials, you'll be able to run through the kubectl command. So to know more about kubectl command, you can just have a look at the kubectl dash help. It is going to help you out with the kubectl command. So basically, kubectl is a command to configure and connect to the Kubernetes cluster. And there are a lot of different commands corresponding to kubectl. So as you can see, we did go ahead with deployment of 3 different nodes as a part of the Kubernetes, and that is where you see their status, the roles, and what time they were created, and the version of the Kubernetes which is running on top of those 3 particular machines. After that, you can deploy your application, so you can run the application onto these particular agents. So basically, you will require a Kubernetes manifest file, which is going to define the particular desired state for all of these cluster, and basically you will have the information of what container images that you want to run on top of these. So that was on the Azure Kubernetes service front. Let me go back and start with the Azure ML part of it. So I'm going to first of all create a Azure Machine Learning workspace. So we'll go to Azure Machine Learning, search for the Azure Machine Learning here. Okay, let me go to create a resource and again search back. It's taking quite a bit to return me the search results. So you see the first result which says machine learning. So as a part of it, I'm going to click on machine learning, which will allow me to create a Azure Machine Learning workspace. So I'll enter the workspace name. Let me enter it as Ayush 12 December. Subscription, I'll create a new resource group. We'll call it as Ayush ML. And I'll choose a location of Central US. Workspace edition. So you can either go ahead with the basic edition or the enterprise edition. I would recommend you all to go ahead with the enterprise edition because basic edition will have a lot of restrictions. It will not allow you to go ahead and use the Azure ML Studio Designer. So once you upgrade from the basic edition to the enterprise edition, then only you will be able to take the advantage of the enhanced features. There is low code experience, there are enhanced security features. So we'll go ahead with the enterprise edition and review and create. So it's going to create the machine learning workspace for us. So if you go ahead with a basic edition and then let's say later on you want to create or upgrade to the enterprise edition, you do get that option. So basically the deployment has got started. So my machine learning workspace has got created. So this is the Azure machine learning space that we are in. Now we can go ahead and launch the new Azure Machine Learning Studio. So that's a new experience that you're getting. So we'll go to ml.azure.com. This is a new portal that you're going to go on. And it is going to ask you to sign into your account and select a particular workspace. So I'll select a subscription and machine learning space, which is Ayush 12 December that we created just today. And we'll click on get started. So you select your default directory, basically the Azure Active Directory that you were a part of when within which the subscription is. Select the subscription and then select the workspace and you are done. Click on get started. It's going to give you the designer. So this is basically the Azure designer experience where we are going to create a new pipeline. So basically the Azure machine learning pipelines will help us organize the multiple or dependent machine learning and data processing steps within the single resource. Also, it will help us to organize and manage and reuse the complex machine learning workflows across maybe different projects or different users. So let's go ahead. We have already created the workspace. Let's start with creating the pipeline. So I'm going to go to the designer here. So you go to the designer, you get a UI where you can do the drag and drop kind of work. So within the designer, you go to the easy to use pre-built modules. We are going to use a pre-built data. We're going to use a pre-built data set basically. And I'll rename this pipeline name to maybe automobile price prediction. So this is where we have basically gone ahead with creating our module, or basically I would rather call it starting with the first step on creating the pipeline. So we have gone ahead to easy to use pre-built modules. We have selected the default pipeline name and renamed it to the automobile price prediction. Now after this, we are going to import the data. So I'm going to go ahead to the data sets. Within the data sets, I've got a lot of predefined samples which are available. So we'll go ahead with this automobile price data. I'm going to drag this and drop it here. So you don't require any kind of coding, you see, right? And with this, I can actually go ahead and visualize the data. So we have selected the data set and dragged it into the canvas. So this is basically your canvas that you see, and then you can drag and drop different kind of things from here. So you've got data sets, you've got data input and output, data transformations. There's going to be different kinds of data sets which are available within the data set displayed. So there are Python languages, there are data input and outputs, a lot of other stuff around there. Now we are going to visualize the data first of all. So I'll go to outputs, and then you see this data set output available over here. So I'm going to click on this visualize, and it is going to give me the raw visualization of the data. And then you can see I've got different columns. So there are overall 205 rows, 26 columns within the data set. So if I go to symboling, I will be able to see the data corresponding to the symboling and the visualization of the data. There is normalized losses. There is a make in which particular. So what is the make of the particular car, whether it's Toyota, whether it's Nissan or Mazda or Honda, Mitsubishi, Subaru, and so on and so forth. There is fuel type, what kind of fuel type the car is using. So basically, a lot of different particular columns you will be having. So I'll not dig into each of these. I'll just close this here. So we have selected the different columns wherein we viewed the data. Now, next thing that comes is preparing the data. So we have already imported the data to the designer. Now we are going to prepare the data. So data sets will typically require some kind of pre-processing before you analyze them. So that is where we are doing this preparation of the data. So you would want to maybe have some missing values removed from the data set. So it will be making your data much cleaner. So that's where you clean the data so that the model can be analyzed with the correct set of data. So let's go ahead and look at how we can go ahead and remove a column. So I'm going to go here and search for select. It will give me different options like select columns in the data set, select columns to transform. So we'll have select columns in the data set over here. I'll link. Now, once I have the select columns in the data set here, I will be able to connect this with the automobile price data. So there is this connect line that you see. This is the connect line that starts and then it gets connected here. So we've got the select the columns in the data set available over here, and I click here. So we have basically created a link between the automobile price data and then select columns within the data set. So basically we are creating a flow of data through the pipeline. When you connect this particular output port of one model to an input port of the another, basically that's how you create a pipeline. Now I'll select this columns within the data set. I've got its properties pane. So I'm going to edit the column, and within this I'll just make it as all columns and add a column here. We'll call it as exclude, and within the exclude we will have basically the column names, and it will display me list of different. So there were 26 columns that you saw, right? And that is where you will be able to exclude some of the data from these 26 columns. So basically, let's say I want to remove this normalized losses, given that assuming it might have some kind of data which is not required or it's incomplete. So we'll go ahead with the normalized losses where the data is not particularly clean, or it's kind of missing some values or missing many values. So I'll just save this and I'll go ahead and select the columns within the data set. So this is how overall it starts. If you want, you can type in some comment. Maybe I'll just type in the comment as exclude the normalized losses. That is all that we had to do here. Now, after preparing the data, another part. So one is where we have kind of removed a column. I also want to clean the missing data. So my data set still has missing values. Since I have removed the normalized losses column, but there still exists some of the missing values, maybe corresponding to the data. So I would also want to remove the remaining missing data. So I can actually go ahead and search for something called as clean here. So it gives me clean missing data. I can again add this here. I can join this with this, create a workflow. So it creates a clean missing data workflow. Again, I'll go to the clean missing data. I can go to the properties pane and then remove the entire row. So I've got column in the data set and I've got clean missing data. Within this, I've going to remove the entire row. So, okay, so there we are. We use a cleaning mode as remove the entire row because we want to remove those entire rows which are having the missing data. And I'll just put some comment here. So we put something like remove say, value rows. So this is where we have now cleaned the data. Now let's look at how we can go about training a machine learning model. In terms of training a machine learning model, you will have to select a algorithm. So it could be a classification algorithm or it could be a regression. So two types of different supervised machine learning algorithms are there. So classification is going to predict a particular answer from a defined set of categories, while it could be, let's say, color, which is like red, blue, or green. There would be regression, which is used to predict a number. Now, since we want to predict the price, which is a number, we are going to use a regression algorithm. So for this, we are just going to use the linear regression model where I'm going to split the data. So here I've got something like a split. So it gives me the option of having the split data. So after this, I'm going to bring in the split data. Just a minute, I want to drag and drop this. Okay, so we have got the split data here. I'm going to join these. So we are going to split the data module and connect it with the cleaning of the missing data. So let me connect this first of all. So again, within the properties pane, so you select this, you get the properties pane. Within this, you can set the fraction of rows within the first data output. So we'll keep it to 0.7. That means, sorry, I increased a bit. So when I enter 0.7, that essentially means that it is going to split 70% of the data to train the model and 30% for testing it. So when you are connecting it to the left port, right? This is the left port that you see, and this is the right port. So I'm selecting the left port. That means I'm fraction of rows within the first output data set. So this is where I'm splitting 70% of the data to train the model and 30% of the data to test the model. In the comment again, I can drop down and just type in split the data set into training set. So basically, we are splitting the data set into training set and again the test set. Okay, so this is where we have splitted the data. Now, when it comes to training the model, we have again got different particular models which are available. So training the model by giving it a different set of data, which would include the price. Now, this model is going to scan through the data that we have. It is going to look for correlation between the car feature and depending on the price to basically construct the overall model. So we'll again go to this, and there is machine learning algorithms available. So I can choose one of the algorithms that I want. So maybe I'll go ahead with the linear regression because we want to just go ahead with a simpler form. So I can have the linear regression, drag and drop it here. There is going to be linear regression here. So basically I've got the linear regression, and then I'm also going to have the train model available over here. There is this train model that again I'm going to include. Just scroll a bit and have the train model as well available. So basically I want to have this here and this here and then train the model. So we are going to apply this linear regression. Connect the output of the linear regression to the left input of the train model. And similarly, I'll connect the data output basically of the split data, which is the left one, to the training model again here. So we have selected the regression, which is the linear regression. We have dragged it to the pipeline canvas. Similarly, we had the train model, and we have connected the output of the linear regression to the train model and the split data to the train model again. Now I'll go to the train model here. I'll edit the column, and then we have the column names, and I'll enter the column name. So basically I can maybe have the price as the filter. So let's see if there is any particular price option available. So basically I just need to type in the name based on the column name, and we will save it. Okay, so we've got the label as the column names as price. Now within this, if you look at, okay, let me just try to zoom out. Yeah, so this is how currently my model looks like. Now, when I have to evaluate this machine learning model, so after my training of the model is done, next is where we come to the evaluation of the machine learning model. So that is where I can use the 70% of the data that is being used in the training. After that, I can use the 30% of the data to see how particularly my model is basically functioning. So I'll search for a score model here, and okay, let me go down and have the score model over here. Again, it is going to give me two different inputs, right? So I'll connect the train model to the score model here, right? And then again, I'll connect the split data module also to the score model. So after this, we are going to evaluate, right? So we will write evaluate here. And then I'm going to evaluate the model after the score model. So I'll just bring this below the score model. So here I'm going to have this evaluation done from the score model to the evaluate model. So basically, this is my overall workflow. I've entered the score model, and then we have dragged the score model to the pipeline. We have connected the left of the train model with the left of the score model and right of the score model with the split data. And then we will also added the evaluated module and then connected the score model to the evaluate model. So this is how my final pipeline is going to look. Let me just, so this is how it looks. Maybe I'll just shift the things a bit up so that it's all visible within the one screen. Hope it's visible to you now. So this is how my overall module looks like. So now I can go ahead with the pipeline run within the compute target. So basically your compute target is the compute resource which is attached to the workspace. So once you're done creating the compute target, we can reuse the compute target for our future runs as well. So I'll select the run at the top of the canvas that you see here, and it asks me to select a compute target. So I'll click on select compute target. Now, if you already have the targets, you can select it to run the pipeline. Otherwise, you can enter the name for the compute resource and create a new one. So I'll enter a new one. I'll just enter the name of the compute resource. Let's say Ayush Machine Learning 11, or let's say 12 December. Okay, the name seems to be a bit big. So I'll just name it as Ayush Machine Learn. Okay, just Ayush Machine then. So name can be basically anything. So we have given the name. I'll just click on save. So basically you can see it's going to give me 2 vCPU, some 4 GB of RAM, 8 GB of storage, and 2 node count depending on my particular subscription. Also, if you want, you can go to compute and training clusters. You will be able to create the customized target. But let's go ahead with the default compute target, and I'll just click on save. So I've got the things up and running. Now I can click on run. I can just create a new experiment. Let's name this as maybe price, maybe auto. Okay, I think. So just name it as experiment one, and the run description that we have here, and just click on run. So it's currently running. Once it is finished, I'll show you how you will be able to view the output. As you can see, all of it is scheduled to run one after the another, and it's running across the processes. So we actually started off with creating a new compute target, and creation of a new compute target might itself take up to 2 to 5 minutes for the creation. So as you can see now, this has started running. So basically it was preparing the compute target earlier. Once that has got created, as you can see now, this particular thing has started. So I'm not actually running the model again. It got failed because in the train model, the column name that I gave, the P was capital. So here again, it's case sensitive, and that's the reason my model failed to. So the training model part failed because this P was capital here, and it could not find any column name with the capital P and price written. But I hope you all have got the workflows in terms of how the overall machine learning studio can be leveraged and how you can go ahead with the designer without having a need to write in the code. Apart from it, this was about creating all the resources. Now, also how to delete all of these resources. So you can go to the resource group in which you started off with the machine learning service where we created the machine learning workspace. You will be able to find all the particular stuff that has been created as a part of the machine learning service. So we basically you go ahead and delete the complete workspace, and that is how your all of the resources are deleted.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.